Okay, that should be us live, I believe. If so, welcome to the stream, everyone. Hope you're all doing well today. We have a lot planned for today. Whether or not we get through it all is probably going to be a little bit of a different matter. I kind of do want to go long today. I do kind of want to do a sort of 12-hour stream maybe. But we'll wait and see how everything goes here, really. It's not particularly necessary, but it's something I might try and do. So, thus far, I'll show you where we're at coming into today. I made a little change up with the waiting for opponent CSS, which was just a font size change, so that will be a little bit different to yesterday, but that is all that I've changed coming into today off stream. So what we have so far then, we have our working mulligan phase, so let's just do that. Take it seriously, you know. So we have no playable cards, so this is basically saying waiting for opponent, which means that they do have a playable card, so you kind of know that, which I think is okay. We now play this, and it's going to set it for the opponent. We'll attack it, so we gain the 1 gold, and we lose the 1 HP. And we're now going to move into the board phase. So this is what we were working on yesterday. So if you have no attackers, you can't do anything. So you just click submit attackers and wait for the opponent. We're going to declare this guy as an attacker. And we've now set it as an attacker, shown by the big red border. And we're working on, today, to start off with, the actions. Hey, Zasvolk, how's it going, man? Good to see you again. Yeah, so we're working on actions today, to start off with. We may get everything done today that I want to. If so, we might do today's card design on stream if we get everything done. So we'll wait and see. Right, so what are we starting off with? So we don't particularly need to do that yet. Okay. So where we have this find 5 pixels. Okay. So here then what we're able to do is we're basically showing the different cards which are going to be attacking, and here we get to do our submit actions. Okay, so before we do our submit actions, we probably should be doing some form of check as to whether we've got playable cards or playable actions in the hand, because at the moment we're not doing that. You see, we can't click on anything. Mind you, this person hasn't got anything that they can play. This person could equip the lowly weapon because they have 1 gold and it costs 1 gold, but at the moment we're not allowing them to do that. So in this submit actions phase, what we're gonna do that's actually interesting as well, is how we deal with weapons. No, I suppose that would work. Okay, so do we ever make a call out here? No, we don't. So we're going to try and reload the hand of the user. So we've got self-attacking, off-attacking, stage. So I want to reload the hand of the user and do... where are they? Because at some point we pass through a playable... which one of these are playable? I don't know where that is. So here, playable utilities. Here we go. So show dual screen. This is the logic that we want to do then, isn't it? So we can pretty much just copy this. And when we do this show board, we should also pass to each user their own playable minions, so self-playable actions, not minions. And we'll do this. So self-playable actions, what we will do is we will make it so that we can do this use util. So find use util. Here we go. Now we don't actually want to do this, so we need to change that on click function. So what we'll do for now is we'll just call a new function called add action to array, and we'll just do this.id, and function add action to array id, we will just console.log id for now. Then what we need to do is when we show the board, so find show board, we also want to pass through the playable minions. Sorry, the playable actions. God damn it, I'm going to keep getting that wrong today, aren't I? So is it up here? No. So therefore the playable actions thing must be up here. So check playable game user deck. Game user deck. Okay. So what we then need to do is get rid of this and put it into this folder. Sorry, this file. So what was this? This is like, oh, submit attackers. Okay. So submit attackers is a function where we take in the game, the user, the opponent, and the attackers. Let's put a comma there so we don't forget it. And just move this all up. Perfect. Then we just need to call here GameMex dot submit attackers, passing in the game, the user, the opponent, and the attackers. So we're passing in that attackers there. This should all be fine. So the only thing left to do then is call this check playable. So it's game user deck. So check playable. Well, actually, we should do this down a little bit further here. And we should only do it here, so that's better. Check playable. So this returns, doesn't it? So var user playable is this, and we need the game, the user, and the deck. I think it was user.util hand. No, not the hands. Sorry, not the deck, the hand. But I've got this wrong. That's fine. So game user deck. So if deck or hand as it should be is utils. Okay. So what we actually do here is we do this. So we get the playable utilities. So this is actually the hand chosen. I just really screwed this up. Yeah. Okay. Then we want to do the same for the opponent. So the var op playable. and here we pass through the opponent. Then we pass into these functions the user playable and the opponent playable to the opponent. Then when we get over here, self-playable actions, and if self-playable actions is not equal to false, then we're going to say for the length of it, of the array of it, we will set the card to have an on-click of add action to array. Okay. This is actually quite unlikely to ever happen on the first term, which is the only term that's currently working on this build, because obviously we can't, well, not obviously, but we haven't got an end turn function at the moment. So yeah, small little annoyance, I suppose. Okay, so they both have 1 drops, and here we go, this guy's got that. Cool. So we'll put that to play, and we'll put that to play. So end dual phase, end dual phase. What happened there? I need to keep the console open. Are you making it so that one can do either if one has both playable minion and utilities? I'm not 100% sure what you mean. If you are facing a minion and you have enough gold, you can use a utility, and you can use a utility only in the board phase. You can't immediately put anything onto the board in the board phase. If I didn't answer the question, I apologise. I'm a tad confused by what you mean. Okay, so this guy can play this, that's perfect. We attack that. End duel, end duel. I forgot to keep that open. God damn it, why am I so stupid? I would assume that it's some form of issue with a pass, or with something that's getting passed. I meant they're not in an order like first you put a minion, then you play a utility. Well, the thing is, you play a minion. I'll show you again, just to double check whether your question is still sort of quote unquote valid. So we'll play that and we'll play that. So here we've played the minion for the opponent to duel. That's the only point at which you are submitting a minion. So you don't get to put a minion anywhere else, apart from if you want to set it to attack. So here we end duel phase. Uncaught error. So game.js 179. Oh, okay. That's because this isn't the only time we call show board, isn't it? Yeah, we show board twice. So we pass here null, and we pass here null. Oh, that actually doesn't need to be passed through. Actually, no, that's not what we should do. We need to actually do self-playable actions, and the same there. And then when we send the show board on the other 2 occasions, we need to just pass in null. I forgot that we called this elsewhere. So close those 2, and now we should be in a better state to handle that. Yeah, apologies if I didn't answer your question there, Sasfog. I'm just... I think I'm going too quickly and I'm leaving people behind a little bit with the whole concept of the dueling, etc. But yeah, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'll try my best to try and explain everything. Right, so both people had 1-drops there to submit for the opponent duel with attack and attack. End of phase. Cannot read property length of null. Game.js line 179. Oh, right, yeah. So it shouldn't be null, it should be false. God damn it. Because we don't ever want to consider that here. Okay, that will now work. And we'll see whether or not we get caught up or whether the actions will just now work. Unless I've made any silly mistakes, it should just work. But we all know how that goes. So submit a minion. Okay, so here we go. So I can't submit, like, I can't use this at the moment, but I can submit this for attack and submit this for attack, and now I should be able, yeah, there we go. So it's passing through that. Awesome. So because this is an affordable thing, so is this. These, don't worry about it being like the wrong way round, it seems. Like this is the 1 and this is the 0. It's just a thing that we've got an issue with at the moment, with spells always being displayed before weapons because they have this extra bit of text. So yeah, we've got the thing that they want to do lined up. Okay. So what we actually want to do then is when we call add action to array, well, we need to create an array. So let action array be an array. And then what we're going to do is when we call add action to array, we are going to, how are we going to do this? Well, we want to set up a new we want to set up this array properly then. So we're going to have an action target pair in each section of this array, and what we'll do then is we'll say var length equals action array dot length, and we'll say action array I equals a new array, or no, we need to, no, that's fine. It doesn't equal a new array, it is equal to an array where the action is given to this as is given as this ID, which is fine. And then what we need to do then, this isn't actually the best way of doing this, is it? Because what we need to do okay, so we'll do a check then. So we'll say if the thing, right, so if the thing in the action array at length -1 which is going to be an array. So if the thing in the first position of that is equal to nothing, else we do this. So if this is equal to nothing, then we want to overwrite the previous one. So what we'll do here then is we'll say, well, this shouldn't be I, this should be length. And then this one here should be length minus 1. Because if, for example, I've just clicked on one, let's say that action array is 0 and nothing. If I click on another action, we want to overwrite that. So say we click on the first card instead, we do this. Rather than having this, which is an empty action, and then putting in 1 and then an empty target. So that's how this down here should work. I think, hopefully. So it then opens us up to the option of if the opponent's, so if you click on the opponent's playable card, what we're going to be able to do is if the action is set, then we're going to add this as being the card in the position. It's a lot of arrays, so a lot of it doesn't need explaining, hopefully, because it's just arrays of stuff, of data. So what we're now going to do then, well, we'll just double check that this works, as I hope it does. And we'll do this twice. And I believe that this should work. Okay. So we'll put that there, we'll put that there, we can attack that, and attack that, end duel phase, submit our attackers. Okay, and now I can do this, uncork property 1 of undefined. Ah, okay. So we should also say here then, and no, we should do this first. So if the length is not equal to 0, so if the length is equal to 0, then we just do this. Okay. Small fail. It'll work though. Uh-oh. Did I just open that? Don't do it, Git Kraken. Don't do it. You did it. Okay. So let's see whether this is working. Oh. So we just want the 1-drops, and we just want the 1-drops. Okay. Play you. Play you. We're getting some pretty good odds on getting 1-drops today. It shouldn't be this easy. Okay, so now we can take this action. Okay. So this is now saying array 2. That looks to be correct. So the thing in the 0th position is this util card 0, and now if I add this, we get util card 1. Awesome. So that is setting up the actions correctly. So now what we need to do then is when we click on the opponent, we need to add that to this array as well. So what we will do then is we will, when we render the opponent, what what we will do is we'll say, where does this end? Okay. It should actually go here. So we give it that red border, and then we're going to say if self-playable actions is not equal to false, we will call a function here. So we'll give this a document.get element by ID op board plus I. You can only play one utility in a single submit action phase then, right? No. It looks like that at the moment because of the fact that we can only afford one action. So the thing is, like, I've only got 1 gold at this point. But if I had more gold, like say, we might do this as a test, right? We might set our default gold of both users to be like 70 or something, right? And then I can have as many of those utilities as possible, which is why we wrote these lines. So as long as you've selected something as the like, that's what this line does basically. So if you haven't selected a target, we'll just overwrite that. Else we will create a new entry into the array. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to show that in a moment. So what we want to do here then is on click, we'll add target to action. That's not the way of doing it. On click equals function, add target to action, like that. And then if we what we'll do is we'll call function add target to action, and we need to pass through the ID, which I need to go and make sure we pass through here. So this .id. And what we're going to do then is we're going to say pretty much the same thing, right? No. So we need to get the length. Var length is action array.length, and we're going to say if action array dot if length -1, so we need to call the action array though here, action array in the position length -1, so we also need to say if length is not equal to 0 here, and the thing in the previous position here, if we do this, is not equal, is equal to this. Okay, cool, Sasfog. Yeah, apologies, I'm really struggling to explain things this morning. I don't know what it is. So if this is equal to this, then we will add this ID to that position in the array. So action array length -1 1 equals ID. So the thing in the previous position in the action array, in the action action slot of the pairing, we make equal to the ID of the opponent. Okay, let's check how this works then. So let's close these and just double check that this does happen to work. And what we'll do is, if this seems to work, we will make it so that we have like 70 gold. And if we have 70 gold, then we should be able to make multiple actions take place. So that should be pretty cool. I may also wish to make it so that these spells etc. can hit the opponent. but we might consider that later on rather than now. So at the moment we've got 0 gold, so I can't use any of these actions anyway at this point, right? It just looks like a 2-dimensional array syntax, but you're really just handling 2 indexes at the same time. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So we'll hit that, end the phase, and now this minion has been summoned for them. We don't have any attackers, so we do that. We'll submit this attacker. Now we can't actually use any of these. Oh, of course, because we get this, but obviously we can't actually attack anything because the opponent hasn't got anything. So we need to make it so that both users get a 1-drop. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. Hope you're all doing well today. Thank you for popping in. We're on day 5 of Sorcerers development here. If you're interested and have any questions, just ask. Everything's really confusing right now because this is all just functional and looks terrible. So yeah, feel free to hit us up with any questions. So we just need to make it so that both users have a 1-drop. Again, this is something I should have pre-programmed, where I can make it so that the users both have something in their hand in particular. But I'm too lazy. Here we go. We did it. Okay, so we can end the duel phase. Now both of them have these on their board, so we'll submit this guy as an attacker, and we'll submit this guy as an attacker. This guy has no actions he can perform because of course that's beautiful. Now I can submit this lowly weapon here, and I can click on that, and then if I click on this again, here we go. So we've managed to do that. Now the issue with this is the fact that that is a weapon, and we shouldn't be able to like use a weapon and sort of throw it at someone. Like, you know, you can't sort of throw a weapon at someone like you can a spell. So we need to pass through the, well, we need to somehow figure out what the type of this action is. So if it is a weapon, then we just add that as an action on its own. So we'd add it like action is the card. You can throw knives and stuff. Yeah. What do you do with throwing weapons? Stop it, guys. That's not the aim. That's not the aim. These weapons are things that you wield. Wield? Yield? Wield. Wield. But yeah, you get what I mean. So this means that we probably need to just, oh, actually no, this could work. This could work. What we would have to do is check whether the thing with this ID has a child element with the name. What if we have weapons with that name? This is interesting. You need good aim if you're throwing weapons. For goodness sake. Okay. Right. So how are we ever going to do this? Because if a weapon has text to it, then we're not going to know that it's a weapon because the CSS is going to be the same. Oh, I know. Okay, so at the moment, let me show you guys. I'm such a genius. This was so forward planned. So well forward planned. At the moment, our spells, if we look over here, have a class utility hand. Look, our spells have a class of spell and our weapons do not. So clever. How does he do it? And so if we have a look over here again, we've now got weapons and spells. So if we go to utility hand, you can see that some of them have a class of spell. Oh yeah. So what we can do is we can say document.get element by ID dot class names. So here we're going to say var l classes equals this. We'll just write element, otherwise it just looks Spanish. So var element classes is this, and what we will do is we will say if... I know, it's like I've foreseen. It is like I am the great wizard. I can't remember his name. I showed a card yesterday. I should probably show it again, shouldn't I? Okay. Let me just open up Notepad here. MIT. See, this is why I do things, right? I knew that it would come up like this, and that's why I didn't open my document. Right, I'll show you the first card that we revealed yesterday, guys. It means nothing because we have nothing to compare it to. I understand that. The Great Sorcerer? No, I don't. He's actually called a Great Wizard because he is of the Magi class. So we have 4 classes in Soul Sorcerers, and this is the first card that we've revealed. I've basically been making 5 cards a day. So I've made 5 cards for each of the 5 classes and then 5 neutral minions at the moment. And I set myself the challenge this week of only showing odd mana costs, or making cards with odd mana costs, so 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. And the Great Wizard Arkangar. I've not quite got the this to a T. Here he is! Isn't he beautiful? So it's a Magi class card. So we have Magi, Druidism or Druid, Vampiric, so Vampire, and Healer. And the first card here that we've revealed is a Magi minion. So he costs 9 and is a 6/10. So, you know, you're probably going to need some spells and some weapons to take this guy down. But you get 5 gold once you do. You know, not bad. You know, for a 9 mana card, or not 9 mana, 9 cost card, it might be a bit tricky. But I decided that we're going to go all out and we're going to do some really cool card effects for some of these cards. With some interesting interactions. And this guy, when he's on the board, this isn't if you're dueling him. So these are both on-board effects. Any damaging spells that you cast, so that'll be in the phase that we're currently working on, deal 1 splash damage to all minions. So he just goes... Kind of cool. And he also has something called Rallying, which is with Magi. I'm not going to tell you what that means exactly, but you guys can have a guess. That's one mechanic I've recently added to the game. I know, I'm not worrying about card balance. I've made 25 cards. I'm not really into card balance at the moment. But yeah, just a little sneak preview for you guys. Me and Glenn will do that. To trust or not. So if this element class, classes, this returns me an array, doesn't it? And that's annoying. So we need to do 4. You don't have Photoshop anymore. For let I equals 0, I is less than element classes dot length I++. Actually, we can just say, I've just realized what we could do. If element classes.length is equal to 1, then we handle weapon. I have no graphics. I'm not too worried about graphics at the moment. Else, we will just say we'll handle the spells, and that's what we're doing here pretty much. Okay. Totally by Photoshop. Yes, I know what you mean. So if the element classes.length is 1, which it will be if it's a weapon, then we'll do this. Else we'll handle the spells. So what we will do is we will say, well, we need something fairly similar to this, except what we will put here is just null, so that we don't sort of hit this down here, because null is not nothing. And since we've not got a target for the weapon, it's probably a bit easier, right? So yeah. So what we want to also consider here then is null is not nothing. So now that we've added the weapon interaction, what are we going to do then? Don't know why I sounded like a rabbit then. So, Right, let's just check that this works first. So here we'll console.log action array, and here we'll console.log action array as well. Yeah, I don't know what alias I'm going by either. I don't mind. Wes is fine. Mr. Soulman. Frosty the Soulman. That's what I'm going for. Okay. So we want to basically do that. So we have to attack that. Yeah, this will work, won't it? Actually, what I'll do is I will give both users gold at the start here, so that it makes things a lot easier. He's going by the smart and genius game developer alias. That's that there. Yeah, I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but yeah, that would suit. So we'll start with gold of 50. That was definitely 50, so that's fine. So we'll start both users with 40 gold. We're going to experiment with the game's very first gold deck, where we just throw out everything. No playable cards waiting for opponent. Okay. Okay, so because our gold is now 40 as well, that's an issue because that makes it exceed the height of this, but that's okay. So we're going to declare this as an attacker, and okay. I'm now going to do... Oh. Line 178. So is it not class names? Oh, dot class name singular. Okay. So therefore this should work. Smallest minion, smallest minion. Oh, we're submitting attackers. Whoopsie. So here then we've got the action beings lined up. We should now do this, and we have an array of 2 different arrays. Cool, that's working. Now the only thing is this guy doesn't have a weapon, so we'll equip a weapon on this guy's side. That's not working by the looks of things. Why is that not working then? So if element classes dot length, so we need to do a console.log of element classes, because I don't think this is returning exactly what I expect it to. That might be the helps if you restart the server. No, everything's going wrong. Okay. Let's do this. God damn it. Right. So these have both got these. I saw your adult folder on the desktop. For God's sake. Ends dual phase. So we'll submit that. We'll do... Why are we console logging card spell? Oh, right, yeah. I was like, what? Okay. Now, what if we do that with a weapon? Card. Hey, try hard. Welcome back again. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for popping in. You really think I'd be stupid enough? So, what I guess I need to do then is just say if element classes is equal to card, else if element classes equals triple equals, not one equals, card spell, then this should work. The one other thing we probably need to do is when we've clicked on this card, we probably need to set it to hide it. Show me the way of the game dev Ronald Weasley. Ronald Weasley, why is that? I don't understand. Welcome though, Rantic. Okay, so we need to handle not showing the spell anymore, and I guess what we should do is see whether the minion should be displayed anymore. What kind of keyboard am I using? I am using, the box is here, a Microsoft ergonomic desktop. Sounds mechanical but quiet. No, it's not mechanical. It's just an ergonomic keyboard. I don't know whether you can see that or not. My OBS has shown. What happened to my webcam? There we go. That's the keyboard. It's yeah. I just had to restart it. I don't know why. I really like it. It's helped with some carpal tunnel issues I was having. So, yeah, I quite enjoy it. Took a bit of getting used to, especially since I used to use my right hand for the B key, but the B key's on the left side of the space in between. So, yeah. Right, anyway. So we need to consider how we remove these from the hand anyway. But we should double check this works again anyway. Did I make a fix here? I can't remember if I actually made a fix. I think I did. I feel like I'm sort of waiting to test it again, so we'll have a see. So since we've got 40 gold, it doesn't actually matter here. Oh, really? Okay. We literally needed one of the users to have a playable minion, and for one of the first times today, neither of them did. Always good. Okay, we'll show that. And attack. End phase, end phase. We have no attackers. We submit that as an attacker. It doesn't actually matter whether we submit this as an attacker, because we can just, right, do this. So if I equip the lowly weapon, we have that correctly done now. And then if we click this one, we don't get anything, which is good. And we do that. Awesome. So this should still be util card and null. Cool. That's working just right. So this means then that we're pretty much at the stage where the actions just need to be handled and probably discarded from the hand. Now also what we need to do is remove the minion from the board, because the thing is, at the moment, like, I could go do and just put everything onto this one minion. I mean, we could allow people to do that, but it's a little bit silly. Just a little bit. And the other thing we need to do is to double check. I hadn't considered this. Is to double check whether or not it's still playable. So we may have to go about this a different way. So we may need to do, well, to pass this all to the server and then just recheck and reload the hand. How do we do this? So currently the main issue is the fact that this doesn't get discarded from our hand, and also the fact that these spells are still playable despite us not having enough gold. Okay. So how can we handle that? So client side, we could be getting these cost little bits, and comparing that to our gold total. Now, is that the best way to do it? I mean, it makes very much sure that we don't overcommit the amount of things we pass to the server. Yeah, I have 40 gold, but we're never sort of getting rid of it. So, like, the thing is, if I had 3 gold, and yeah, 3 gold's the perfect example. In this hand, if I had 3 gold, this spell here costs 3, so if I cast that, at the moment, I could still cast another spell as well. So we're never updating the gold of the user. I think that actually it's better to handle this all on the server side. So once we have submitted an action to the board, it just automatically refreshes both users' boards, and then we can just say we just can have, like, here, end actions phase, because I think that's going to be the best way of doing things. Yeah, I think that's the best way of doing things. Don't take offense, but part of me enjoys watching other devs heads hurt as they struggle to walk through how to approach or solve problems. I know what you mean. Yeah, I find it interesting. I like to see how other people's brains work. I don't know. Okay, so when we do this, then instead of is it this bit here? So if it's a weapon, we do this or this, and so we want to call the server, call server here, and call server here. Hero. It's interesting. Yeah, I agree. I like seeing how people problem solve things. And we'll call server here as well. So these are the 3 points at which we want to actually make a call to the server and update. So it could make some interesting things as well. Like if you have like a card that gives a minion +2/+2, you have to play that really quickly. Otherwise your opponent might be able to kill it. That could be interesting. Yeah. Okay. So what we want to do now then is... Oh, why did I get rid of that? So does this mean we actually want this action array thing? Probably. It might be nice, but maybe not. Yeah, we probably don't need to use this action array thing anymore, apart from down here. And I suppose that actually means we do need the action array. So we can utilize the action array here, but there's no point in ever pushing anything into it. So we could just say here then that the length -1 is equal to an empty array again. Hey Jimmy, how's it going? Welcome back again, and thank you for popping in. Welcome for popping in, and thank you for... I don't know, I got really confused when I said that. Progress is good. Progress is doing really well. Were you here yesterday? I can't remember when we were last here, and I'll try and keep you in the loop as to what we've been doing. So here then, we just want to set it to nothing, and here we want to do the same. Set it to nothing. So whenever we call to the server, we just set the position that we're at to nothing. Sweet. Day 3, I think. I was never here. Yeah, welcome by the way, Rantic. I think I said welcome, but I might not have. Thanks for popping by. Day 3. A couple of days ago. Okay, so we've basically got the dueling phase sorted out. So the whole of the dueling phase is now complete. And we're working on the second of 3 board phases. So yeah. So we've already got the declare attackers working, which is the first phase of the board phase. And we're now working on the actions, which is going to be a lot of shooting back and forth from the server. So I'll probably get very confused here. It looks like you're building a JS based card game. Pretty much. That's what we're doing, Rantic. Pretty much. If you have any more questions, just ask. I'll possibly go through what everything does in a bit. So, yeah, that's what we'll probably do in about half an hour or so, once I've hopefully got this phase kind of sorted out. So, when we call the server here, what we want to do then is do a socket.emit. Actually, we should do this here, because so this is adding a weapon. So action phase action. I suppose that's literally going to be what it's called. And we are going to pass through just the ID, I think. If we just pass through the ID of the card which we've just clicked on, then this should work quite nicely. Do we also want to pass through what type of thing it is? So we've got this weapon here. I suppose we would possibly specify the target, which is null, because we can't choose a target with a weapon. And then we just pass in weapon. It's best to pass more things through at the start than not enough. Or too many things through at the start and then not enough. So we'll call the server here as well. Okay. So this does pretty much exactly the same thing. And we want to call the server down here. Boop. So we call action phase action, and then here we're going to pass through the action array length -1, and in the 0th position here, then we're going to pass through ID here, and then we're going to pass through spell here. So we're going to have the action ID, or what this is actually is the position in the hand, and this is going to pass through the thing that you're taking the action upon, and what type of action it is. So socket.on, what was it called? Action phase action function, and we are passing through the action. No, we're passing through the position in hand of action. We're passing through the position on opponent board of target. Oops. And then we're passing through the type. So we'll do a socket handler for this again. .action phase action. Passing through the socket, the position in hand of action, the position on board of target, and the type. Okay. Action phase action is a function where we take in a socket. What was the other things? I keep forgetting now. Position in hand of action. We'll just call it pos over here. Position on opponent board of target. Okay, position of action, position of target, and the type. Now with this position of target here, we could just call it, we could just check that compared to the type here, and this shouldn't actually be like this. But if we're doing something like a deal 4 damage to all minions spell, like a Flame Strike or something in Hearthstone, then the target wouldn't be a thing. It would just be everything on the opponent's board. So what we're going to do is we're going to do our usual, where we get the game and we get the users. And we are going to do lots of different things here, actually. Lots of different things. Right. So at the moment we need to call the pop thing for both the position of action. So pos of action, and we want to split that at the string D, isn't it? Because that's called minion card something. Let's have a double check. Sorry, utility card something. Yeah, utility card something, and then we just need to find out where is the there we go, board container. Don't know why I was being so blind there. So that we can do at D as well. So both of those work fine. So we just need to pull this back here, and then we need to say here position in hand of action is this, and position on board of op is position of target, and we split that at this D and then pop it. So what we now want to do is what? Now what we actually should do here is, this one's fine to do, but this one should be something else. So if type is equal to spell, sure, go for it, do that. But if it's a weapon, we want to do something else. So else if type is weapon. This is going to be a fairly simple bit of code. What we're going to do is we're just going to say user.sorcerer.weapon is going to be equal to the user.util hand and the position of action. So we're going to set the weapon to the thing in the hand in the position of the action, and then we're just going to go user.util hand.splice at the position of action for 1, and then we're just going to update both users. So update both users. So this is the sorcerer, and well, we don't actually need to do anything for the board here. Now what we also need to do is we need to do user.sorcerer.gold minus equals user.util hand position of action dot cost. So we're going to remove some gold from the user, which is equal to the cost of this action, and that should just about be it. So we just need to update both users, so we need to send a socket update there. Then what we need to, well, should we just work on the weapon for now? Yeah, let's just do then user.socket.emit so to the user they need to do two different things. They need to, so user needs to reload hand and update sorcerer. The opponent needs to update sorcerers. So that means that we're going to do a socket.emit here of user played weapon, and we're going to need to pass in a few different things here. What do we need to pass in order to reload? What was it? Reload hand. So find reload hand. That must be over here then. We need the minion hand, the util hand, and we need playable to be the playable again. So we need to re-find the playable actions again. So update the playable actions for this user. So what we need to do is call check playable. Is that on this page? I think that's actually up the top of this one, isn't it? Yeah, check playable. So what we actually need to do is cut this, put it into the section down here, tab it in, and this is just going to be something which is a function, and we need to work out what exactly is being passed into this function. So yep, that should be it, and we need to work out a name for it as well. So action phase action, and that's called from the game mechanics. So action phase action, and we're going to need to pass into here the game user opponent's position of action, position of target, and the type, and that should just about be it. So let's copy this and put this into here. So game user opponent position of action, position of target, and type, those things should all pass through correctly. And then over here what we can do then is we can do a check playable. So var playable is going to be equal to the check playable, and to check playable, what do we need to pass in? The game, the user, and the deck. So game, user, and the deck here is utils. So when we have this user played weapon, we need to pass in the minion hand, the util hand, and the playable for this user. So minion hand, so user.minion hand, user.utils, util hand, and the playable. Now, is that actually the section where we do that? No, it's not. So how did we do this for the utilities then? So this is where we show board and we self-playable actions, and then when we have show board here, where do we do the self-playable actions? We do that here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So we don't even actually need to do these. Because we don't oh, actually, but we do need to reload the hand. But, okay. We need to pass playable as null, because that is for the drawing of the cards. Then we need to emit. So where's show board? Self opponent. This is where things get a bit crazy. So we copy this and we'll put it here. So we pass user, opponent. So what is self-attacking? Self-attacking is the user's attacking minions. So user dot when we show the board here, how do we know if we're just showing the attacking? Then when are we showing the actual things that are on the board then? Like the things that aren't attacking that are on the board. I guess this is just the function where we update everything. So no, this isn't. Oh, this self thing then. Right, okay. So this here isn't user, this is user.board and op.board. I've just made that really dodgy. And this is user.attacking and op.attacking. And the stage is just going to be the same. What stage are we expecting here? So stage, where do we make a call to this stage function? This is down here, isn't it? So we just need submit actions here. And the self-playable actions we're just going to pass through as playable. So we've got a lot of things that we're emitting out here, but that should be okay. And then all we need to do for the opponent is do op.socket.emit op played weapon, and we're going to do, we don't need to pass any of that, we just need to update the board, which is just this here. So we need to actually get the playable minions for the opponent as well. So therefore we'll name this user playable. I'm going to have so many issues with this because I don't know, I can just tell. Do you have the code base available anywhere? No, I don't. No. I don't really have intentions to do so either. So the op playable here, and that just means we need to pass in the op. So if the user played the weapon, then we need to update their hand and then update the board. Okay, so socket.on oh, hang on. Oh yeah, we can just do the load hands. Yeah. So socket.on user played weapon. We're going to need to take in all of these things. So this is the user hand, user minion hand. This is the user util hand. This is the playable. This is the user's board. We'll just have to pretty much rearrange our camel casing and remove the dots here. So this is just the stage, and this is the playable for the user. Okay. So once we do this, we should actually be calling this all in the parameters of a function. So when we do this, we need to load the hands. So load hands, user minion hand, user util hand, and playable, just in case we ever do need to submit the minions here, but I think we could probably just get away with saying false. Did we set that to false? No, this should be false. False. So we load the hands of the user, and then we want to show the board. So find show board. We'll just copy this. Now where are we? Is a very good question. Here. So we want to show the board with the user board, the op board, the user attacking, op attacking stage, and we'll just pass in this as playable. Let's not. Let's call this self-playable actions, because otherwise we've got two things that are playable. And that should theoretically update our user if they equip a weapon. Let's try it out, because I'm almost certain that that won't be the case here. And we'll have some form of bug where I've done something incorrectly. That's fine, we love that. Grumble, grumble. Okay. Awesome, so this guy's got a playable card. This guy's going to take that out. End dual phase, end dual phase. We have no attackers. This one's going to have an attacker. And we have no actions to take, unfortunately. Oh, actually we do. Oh. Cannot get the cost. Okay. So on game mechanics, line 193 was that? We cannot get the cost of this thing in the hand. So user.util hand and the position of that action dot cost. So what do we give them then? Well, we should have the cost of it. Oh, we cannot get the property cost of undefined. Okay. So this position of action therefore must be a dodgy number. Possibly. Well, what we could do here, since we've already equipped it, we could do user.sorcerer.cost. User.sorcerer.weapon.cost here. If I weren't streaming, would I be speaking out loud? Probably. Yeah, probably. I'd also probably be walking around a little bit because I like thinking on my toes. Okay. Like, I wouldn't be saying, hey guys, how are you all? Thank you for popping in. And all of that stuff, but yeah. So if we equip this weapon or try to, we still can't get the cost of undefined. So user.util hand and this position of action is obviously not quite working. That's because we should be using this. God damn it. God damn it. That should now work. Welcome to anyone new, by the way, though. Hope you're all doing well today, and thank you for popping into the stream. If you have any questions about what we're doing here, just feel free to ask, and I'll try and help you out with whatever you need to know, apart from the meaning of life, because that's too deep for 11 o'clock in the morning. I forgot that we can actually equip any weapon at the moment. Okay. So that's sent fine, we just didn't show the hand. Huh. Well, it's working. We're just not loading the hand very well. So why are we running into an issue then? So this user minion hand, I wonder if we're getting the wrong thing passed into it here. So user.minion hand, user.util hand, and false. And then we're calling load weapons, load hands, which is probably in game.js. So do we have two lot of minion hands then? Is that our issue here? Yes, we do. Okay, so we need to call here then and say if what we'll do is we'll move this down out of here and this down out of here, and we'll say if document.get element by the minion hands is null. So if the minion hand is null, then we do this, else, because if the minion hand's null, then the util hand's also going to be null. Else we will do document.get element by the minion hand and set its inner HTML to be nothing. Util hands. So we're setting the inner HTML equal to nothing, right? No. What we want to do is we just want to remove it. Yeah, we just... Okay. So now we should see that update happening. Cannot read a pen child of null on 108. So are we making an error here? Doesn't look like it's that. Startup.js line 108. Where's it being called from? Render cards. God damn it. Oh, else we want to actually make them, don't we, again? Oh, god damn it. Okay. So if it's not equal null, we do this, else we do this. No, we just do this anyway. Jeez, not focused. Okay, so now we should be cooking with oil. So we can attack that, we can attack that. End the dual phase. End the dual phase. Submit this for attack. Submit this for attack. And now we should be able to equip that weapon. Did we update? I have to go onto this user to see if she has a weapon. He doesn't. Is that because? Well, actually, we need to probably go down here, don't we? Own sorcerer. Own sorcerer info. No, own weapon is still null. Okay. Well, this... He still has nothing. Okay. So, we didn't get any errors anywhere, though. So let's just do a console.log equipped weapon attempt.
Are you keeping it? If I just have your door open, are you keeping your ear out? Cause
okay. So, equipped weapon attempt. Let's have a see. You made me a new game logo. Do I want to see it? Oh god, is this like Mr. BT's advertising that you've done? If so, then no. Oh, right, hang on. So this guy should now be able to... Well, both of them should be able to equip a weapon, right? So we've done that there. And we got the equipped weapon attempt onto the server there. But they still both have null. And we haven't removed the gold. So... Oh, for goodness sake. Very good. 4 out of 10. So the position in the hand of the action, we do that for. And we're looking for the thing in the user's util hand at that point. So why have we got an issue here? Hey Glenn. Position in hand of action. So we should be sending something a little bit different to what we are currently sending through to the server, which is a bit weird. Doesn't actually matter about any of this stuff. We just have to play when we have to play. Right, so if I try and equip a weapon here, we did get just the number 1. I've just realised it's because we're never actually telling it to update the sorcerers. I did have an idea for what I want the actual logo to look like, but I don't know whether it'd actually be any good. So we actually need to make sure that we are making it update the sorcerer info. So find sorcerer info. No? Update sorcerers. Here we go. So we just need the self-sorc and the op-sorc. So when we pass through here, no, over here, So we need to also pass through the self dot no, not self, the user dot sorcerer and the op dot sorcerer and the user dot sorcerer and the op dot sorcerer, and then we should be working. So it's called load sorcerers. Where were we working? It wasn't in this, was it? On user played weapon, here we go. So on user played weapon, we also now need to say the self sorc and the op sorc. Self sorc, op sorc. And so we want to load sorcerers, self sorc, op sorc. Okay, so that should then update our own sorcerer. I think we're also going to here work on the op.socket.emit op played weapon, and that's just literally going to need to update the sorcerers. Why am I updating the board here? Oh, because we need to update the playable actions. Okay, that makes sense. Now, we don't actually need to do that for the opponent, so we can get rid of this stuff. And we just need to pass through the user sorcerer and the op sorcerer, which means that we can submit. Could we not just submit update sorcerer? Yeah, we could just socket.emit update sorcerers and pass it user and opponent sorcerer, and that should fix that. Welcome to anyone new, by the way. Hope you're all doing well today. Thank you for popping in. If you have any questions about what we're working on here, feel free to ask, and I'll get to answering as best as I can. We're still in very early phases here, as you can probably see and tell. So, yeah, always happy to help. So we do this. We now have a weapon. However, it doesn't update for the user, for the opponent. So this is the one that we tried to do it on. Sorcerer info. So the weapon is yes for this guy. So he's getting that correctly. But the opponent isn't getting that update through. Oh, because this should be op sorcerer, user sorcerer. I got those two the wrong way round. So now this should work. So in the actions phase, we should now have the weapons sorted. Stream Chronicle. Nah, okay, thanks. I'm already streaming game dev. There's no point in streaming more. Pew, pew, pew. Here we go. We'll just attack and end and end and submit and submit. Right, so now we can equip this weapon. Does that also... Yep, that updates the goal of this user as well. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. Now the only thing is the fact that this is currently a little bit buggy because of the space that gold has to show. I have been thinking about putting like weapon and gold along the sides here. This will be something which we'll do along the way. We won't do it just yet, but I am going to update those so that you guys can see a bit better the gold total, etc. So yeah, that's all stuff that is going to be attempted. Talking about attempted, oh for goodness sake. They're getting worse, I'm not going to lie. Okay, so when we do these... Okay, yeah, so that's working. So when we try and put a spell onto the board, here we should just do console.log. Thank you for the follow. Oh god, I need to look that one up properly. Asirakaruk? I think it would be Asirakaruk. Welcome to the stream, hope you're doing well today. Thank you for popping in and following. Much appreciated, my man. Much appreciated. So, all of that is just not needed anymore since we've already commented and we know what we're doing here. What else do we need to do? Well, we need to just double check that this spell is working. So we're going to do a console.log attempted to play a spell. Let's move it down here, plus position of action and position of target. So that works. Now let's just double check that when we do this, so find socket.emit. Action phase action, here we go. So it is the spell part down here. We are emitting that. So let's have a double check whether that actually does call. We'll have a see. If any of you are new here, feel free to ask any questions, as I've said. We're currently building the very earliest of board phases here. Very impressed. Not many people around here are able to tell what my name says. I can see that you're a fairly new streamer, hence the following numbers and such, but you've already established a schedule. How amazing that somebody knows what people want. Hope to be able to be tuning often. That's I really enjoy. Not really enjoy. I want to say thank you for that. Yeah, that's much appreciated. Most of the time, yeah, I do go live at 10 o'clock at the moment in the morning. That will be the way until... Well, I'll be doing that for tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday. And then we'll probably be live from about 4 o'clock for the rest of the weekdays. And that'll be roughly when we go live. Because I'll be going back to work. If you want to know when we go live, there's also the Twitter as well. But, you know, you'll see where I go live on here. But yeah, thank you for the kind words. You complimented me on being able to say what it said, and now I can't say it. Asirakaruk. Seeing as that compliment trips you up, here's something you're used to. I see the 3 hashes and I know exactly what you're saying to me. Now, much appreciated though, Asirakaruk. I'll get there. I've forgotten how to do it now. Mainly because I'm concentrating, but that's just an excuse. So let's equip the weapon. We know that works. This hasn't shown back up as being an attacking thing. That's interesting. We might have to check that out. And then if we want to do this lowest cost spell, we need to do it on this side. So any spell. Attempted to play a spell. Util card 3. 0, 1, 2, 3 is likely the chance. And opponent board 0. Okay. So the only thing we need to do then is... So this is for the person who did put on a weapon, I believe. Oh. Yeah, this person put on a weapon. So when the user puts on a weapon, at the moment we're not doing this properly, so yeah. Whenever he says that you have to stream 23 hours a day, but having a schedule is the only way to build a following. Yeah, we're working pretty well here. I don't know how, but we've had 3 and a bit thousand viewers in the last couple of days. So it's just insane. Like, we've been working for 5 days only. But yeah, much appreciated, as I say. So what do we need to do? We need to work out why the user isn't... This user here hasn't got this as a minion that's attacking anymore. So that's probably just some kind of passing issue. So when we pass this over to the user, minion util for that, board, attacking. Hand playable. Hand playable, board attacking. Board attacking. So is it something to do with the fact that when we show board we're not doing something correctly? Because at no stage do we stop it from being in the attacking array. User attacking, op attacking. So, So let's find show board here. So user board, opponent board, and all of those things. I wonder if this stage thing was passed through incorrectly. So if we have show board here, okay, so I wonder whether does it actually matter when the stage is for that? No, it doesn't. It just matters about the self.length. So that self.length is the cards on the field. Now I would imagine it would be the self-attacking that is the issue. So when we're passing through this self-attacking again, we are somehow setting it to something wrong. So down here then, well actually let's just do it here. Console.log self-attacking and op attacking. And see what this does. Because they should be working out a bit better than what was planned, or than what it seems to be at the moment. Doesn't matter too much about the mulligans here. Attack, end, submit attackers, click submit attackers. So we've got this now, and if we do, what did we set the console logs for? Yeah, that's fine. So then we do submit actions. No, we equip a weapon here. Yeah, that isn't working out quite as it should be, is it? So let's test that server side now. So if I do down here console.log user attacking and op, hang on, user.attacking and op.attacking, then it also means we can see whether it's a server side issue. Let's just double check here. It's because I'm not calling it attacking. This is attackers. Attackers. It's down here even as well. What am I doing? I just need to go for 1 second. I'll be back in a sec. Okay. Now I just need to remember where I am. Round 3. God damn it.
Huh.
Hang on.
Packet list.
Okay. Yeah, that's all okay. Yes, approval. Yeah, so we were trying to find... Yeah, this should be dot attackers. That was our issue. So, if we restart this, we should now have everything working. Well, nearly everything working. So they both can submit a minion. So let's let them both submit attackers. And if we now equip a weapon, nothing changes the board. And if we try and do a spell, we get attempted to play a spell and the position in the array of the spell, and it also removes it from our hand. No, it doesn't. I'm a liar. A big fat liar. Okay. So what we actually need to do then is... Yep, that's fine. What we need to do is we need to do... Right, so user dot op dot attackers. You don't have any more ideas. Good, good. Op dot attackers in the position of target dot defense minus equals the user dot sorcerer dot util hand in the position of action, but we need to do the proper ones. So here, and what we need to do is say if op.attackers.defense, we need to say this again. So if this thing is less than 1, then we remove it from the op.attackers. So op.attackers.splice in the position on board of opponent for 1. Otherwise we do nothing. And then what we do is remove this dot gold minus equals user dot sorcerer dot util hand position in hand of action dot cost, and then we need to do user dot sorcerer dot util hand dot splice at the position in hand of action, and we need to do that just once, and then we need to emit to both users probably this bigger thing here. Copy, paste. So user played spell, and we're going to redo the hand, we're going to rejig the board, and what we also need to do is do op.board.splice position on board of opponent 1. Is .board the correct thing? Yes, it is. Good. So yeah, we want to emit all of this stuff. So the user.board, the opponent.board, the user attackers, submit actions, user playable, so we need to do this check again. Down here the op doesn't need the playable, and down here the op doesn't need the playable. Or does he? Yes, he does, because that's where you show the board. Nope, but down there he doesn't. Okay. And we're pretty much gonna do copy, paste. Okay, so whenever we say user though, we need to say op. So op, and done. So this is just going to be the opponent played a spell. It doesn't actually matter who played the spell though, does it? Because, oh actually we do need to just say here that this is an op.socket.emit. User played spell doesn't really matter, because it doesn't matter who played the spell. I think I've just said that anyway. So user played spell, and then we'll just copy this just in case it isn't already on our board. User played spell. So socket.on user played spell function this. So you need the stuff here, and then we just need to remove this. Now, none of this was changed from this though, was it? So we could just nick this and paste. So once we've done this, what we need to do is pretty much this stuff, and then it should work. Yeah. So we could just say user played action and then just refresh all of those. That's probably a better idea. User played action. So let's go over here, user played action. Okay, so let's have a look and see what is wrong and what is right. Okay, attack it, end the duel phase. We have no attackers, so we'll just submit them. Oh, that's not bad. That's better than the rest of them. Right, so let's equip a weapon. We've done that. Now let's go on to this guy and do 5 damage spell to... oh. Onto this guy, even. What the idea? Yeah, possibly. Hey SMB, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Be right back. Food. Okay. User.sorcerer util hand position in hand of action. Cannot read property 1 of undefined. So user.sorcerer.utilhand. That's because we don't have a user.sorcerer.utilhand. So user.utilhand, user.utilhand, and user.utilhand. I was just stuck on the user.sorcerer stuff there for some reason. Yep, okay. So we should be in a working state once more, where we can just keep on attacking stuff. So yeah. So we just need a 1-drop from one of these users. God damn it. You needed to do one thing, game. One thing. You have like a 60% chance of getting a 1-drop on the first turn with the current board. Here we go. They both got 1. Yay! We'll attack and attack. And we're going to go to the board phase now. So we'll submit our attackers. And then let's try and do this to that. It didn't. It either didn't update the board, or it's showing 2 boards. No, it's not showing 2 boards. Then it might just be an issue with the re-showing of the boards. So let's go to the opponent here. Let's do the 5 damage to that. So it took it out of there, but it didn't actually seem to do the damage. Let's have a look. So op.attackers helps if we actually reference the damage that the card does. So dot numeric, and now we should have spells actually doing damage once again. And then we're just going to have to click the end phase kind of turn, end phase kind of thing, down the bottom, and we should be ready to move on to the last little thing. Well, not little, but the last part of the board phase, which then leaves us in a really scary position of not having very much to do. Well, having a lot to do, but I won't know what to do. Okay, so we submit those 1-drops, we attack them, end the duel phase, submit that as an attacker, submit that as an attacker. So let's deal this to that. Still didn't kill it. Okay. Op.attackers. Oh, okay. Actually, no. Well, what we also need to do here then really is do op.board op.board position on board of opponent dot defense equals op.attackers op.attackers. Oh, we shouldn't be using that position on board of attacker, of defender even. This is interesting. Because this is the position on the board, this isn't the position of the attacker. So we should be doing here the board thing. So yeah, because we're actually calling a different thing here. So what if they're not an attacker? That's the thing here. What if they're not an attacker? What if they're a defender and we've just killed them? So this op.attackers.splice is kind of tricky here. We kind of just need to check whether or not the attacker is the... Hang on. When we set up the attacker, so we submit attackers, and that's in game mechanics. Find submit attackers. We do this. So we set user.attackers equal to this array. So if attackers is this, we pass the integer, and when we've done that, right, okay. So we've got the position on the board of the user, of the card as the attackers. So that's fine then. If we... No, actually, no, it's not. Oh, this is confusing. So we've got the position in the board of it, but when we deal damage here, we're not actually dealing damage to the attacker, so we need to find a way here of referencing the correct attacker in the opposition's attackers array. So we pass in the objects. Now the issue here we could change the way that attackers work. We could just have the attackers be a reference to the board, which I think is actually going to be the much more easy way of doing things here. So if attackers is not equal to null and attackers.length is not equal to 0, for let I equal attackers.length, here we do attackers I, so 0, 1, 2, 3, etc., equals this, and then user.attackers equals attackers. Now, what I actually want to do oh, hang on then. We are actually passing a board reference then, aren't we? We're doing just a reference, I think, when we do attackers. So if I done here console.log op.attackers, it should just give us a number which is 0, I think. Let's test this. Oh, I've pressed save instead. Let's have a see. So I have to do this, don't I? Yeah, it is just a reference, and it kills it. Okay. So what we therefore need to do because this is a reference to this op.board thing here. Because this is therefore just going to be op.attacker 0. What if we added it into the attackers? What, into a position in the array? No, that wouldn't work too well. So how do we do this? Give me one sec here. Alright, that's better. So, I think I've got this logic now. So if the if anything in the op.attackers.length is equal to the position on board of this, so if op.attackers.i is equal to the position on board of opponent, then we will do op.attackers.splice in the position I for 1. There we go. That should now work where we re-update this. Okay. Because I'm fairly sure before, when we had that attackers thing, it should have given us an error saying, wait, this thing doesn't actually exist. But yeah, this should all work through now. So if I do this spell onto that, it goes. And then we just need to just call this the end actions. Because I mean, at the moment, the thing is, oh, okay. So if we're putting on the weapon, for some reason it's now not working exactly correctly. Why not? User.socket.minion, user.minion hand, user.util hand. False. Oh, because this thing doesn't exist. It's actually now user played action. I knew I'd forget to do something there. So now what we need to do then is basically, we always want to be able to show the end the phase button. So submit attackers, we can't do anything. So we can't actually really submit any actions here apart from putting on a couple of weapons. Alright. Now the thing is we can't actually... Oh, that's interesting. Why can't I put that weapon on? Okay, so we've got that as a bit of a bug. So I can equip as many weapons as I like. Whoa, 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 whoa. We're not removing the right thing. Now, is it when we're using spells or when we're using weapons that the incorrect thing is being removed from the hand here? So we'll do... Ah, I know what it'll be. I know what it'll be. No, actually, that should be fine. What I'm thinking of should be okay. Yeah, that got rid of the wrong thing there. User.util.splice position of action. For what? Ah, because this isn't meant to be position of action. This should be position in hand of action when we do the weapon there. So the weapon is an issue. Now, is anything else an issue? Let's have a see. Looks like it's bug fetching time. Welcome to anyone new to the stream, by the way. If you are new, feel free to pop any questions you may have about the game or anything else in chat. And I'll do my best to explain or show any answers that you may need or request. Okay. Yeah, so I can't actually do anything with those. Now, if I do this, for example... Okay, we're selecting the right thing now. So, what we now want to do then is make this submit actions actually do something then. Oh, this hasn't updated. Cannot set on click of null on line 214 of game.js. Cannot set on click of null. So oh, because this should be op playable. I knew it was going to be that issue. I knew I would have forgotten the one if it was a reference to something which wasn't a dot playable or op or user dot. When we done that swap around, I knew in advance. I was like, I know I'm going to make some kind of error here. It's kind of sad. Okay, so we'll play this, attack it, end the duel phase. We have no attackers. You have an attacker. So now let's just equip this weapon. Can't do anything with these spells, not even hit our own minion with it. That might change. But I here should be able to just do that. And that. And then this submit actions, which is always being shown, should be removed. And I'm fairly sure that after we've clicked the button previous to this, so I'm going to go and check which button that is. I'm 99% sure that that is still showing up. and we're going to have to need to get rid of that. So confirm, confirm. They both actually got minions. That was kind of weird. So end the dual phase. Submit. Submit. Equip that. Hit that. And oh, I was meant to check what button that was. I should be able to do this though. So when we show the submit actions button, we should be removing whatever is underneath that. So find submit actions. No. Oh, this is meant to be on this client side. So what we want to do is we want, well, alright, it's on the submit attackers. So here we want to do document.get element by ID end turn button dot remove, and we also want to just pull that back there. Okay, cool. That is gonna fix that small issue. Now, was there any other issues that we had here? I don't think we had any other issues particularly. So we'll put that onto there, we'll hit that. End dual phase, end dual phase. Submit attackers. There we go, that's better. Now we've got submit actions, and when we show this submit actions, we need to Right, so we need to stop console logging stuff here. Also, that should be removed from the array. Interesting. Okay, so we've got a couple of little things to work on here. So find console.log this action array. So when we add this, what we need to do is say is the length. So does that mean I need to do, if the length is not 0 and if the previous thing, so what we need to do is do this then, so that it stops the stops it from just being an empty empty thing in the server, empty array. Which means that then we input into that same position, and then this submit here. So this here we don't actually want to be submit actions, we want to say end actions phase, and when we click submit actions, that must be on. Oh, it just doesn't do anything yet, of course. Nope. Function, submit actions. We're going to do, first off, pretty much just this. So document.getElement by ID end turn button.remove. And this is just going to send a thing to the server. Actions phase complete, and we don't need to send anything with that. Socket.on action phase complete, actions phase complete function, and socket handler dot actions phase complete socket. Function socket Okay, so if the actions phase is complete, we want to say then if op.ready is true, we do something, else we set user.ready is true, or we try to, and we need to do a user.socket.emit. This also needs to have this in it. Okay. What the hell did I just do? Alright, okay. Okay, so if op.ready is true, right, so here what we need to do then is waiting for opponent, and this is going to need the string action phase complete. So if we go over here, if the additional information is action phase complete, we're going to say waiting for opponent to complete actions. Okay. So if the opponent is ready, then we are going to move to the next bit, which is declaring blockers. So after we've done declaring blockers, we're actually done with most of the ideas here. And all vanilla weapons and minions will just be playable. So this might be a good point to take lunch. So that's what I'll do. I'll take lunch and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. If you've enjoyed so far, don't forget to hit the follow button on here, and you can reach us on Twitter at Sorcerers to find when we're going live. And yeah, we'll be back in about 5 minutes with some more content here, which is going to be the final phase of the board phase of our little CCG that we've got going on here. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Back at 12:35. Let's say 37. See you then. Zoom! Alright, be right back. Thanks for watching. You can call me Mr. On Time if you want. I'll just be 1 second, just finishing up eating. So this afternoon we're going to be working on the blocker declaration, which we're going to be able to utilize quite a lot of the same kind of code that we've done with the, what would we call this? With the actions phase, pretty much. But except we're just going to have to say if they've declared an attacker, then if we haven't selected something to attack, we can block with it. So that's kind of the way this is going to work. We'll have a C here. This may even be easier. Dare I say it. So I think what we'll do is we will probably make it so that they block in real time. So as soon as someone assigns a blocker, we send an update to the server. I think I prefer that to just blocking everything and then just a load of things going off at once. And then really the only other thing we need to do then is say, if at the end of the term there is something still left to attack, make it hit the other person's face. And that pretty much solves that. So it's all going to be fairly familiar to what we've just now done. Hopefully it won't take a huge amount of time and shouldn't take too much bug fixing. So I guess we should just get on with it, right? So if the opponent is ready, then we're going to set them back to false, being ready. And then we'll probably do a user.socket.emit and then an op.socket.emit. And we're going to emit to them that the blocker phase starts. So the thing is, this isn't actually going to change too much. This is just going to basically, well, the first thing that we need to do really, how do we handle the playable minions? Well, I guess what we do is when we do this, we just set all actions in the hand back to having no on-click. So that's the first thing we need to do. And we need to do that for both users. Then we need to, well, what we need to do here then, we will need to update the board, so this is actually going to make it a lot easier here a little bit. So what we need to do is if any minions, no, send the users their minions which have not attacked yet, have not been set as attackers, and allow them to use these to block. So we'll probably just highlight these as having like a green background or something along those lines on the board. So give them a 2 pixel green border to show blockable, well, they're able to be blocked, to block with even. That'll make sense. Right, so we're going to send the user their minions which have not been... Right, this is going to be an if though. If the opponent has minions which can still attack, else if both if their opponent can block, then we just send user waiting for opponent declaring blockers. Okay. Else, so this is if neither user has any minions to block with, or neither user has any attacking minions. Just end the turn now. So right, hang on though, but this opens up another else if. Else if a user does not have any minions to block with. This is an else if neither user has any minions, any attacking minions, then we just end the turn. But if a user does not have anything to attack with, then we will just do the attacker's damage to the face, show the end declaring yeah, show end. We'll just do this. Okay, so we don't want to do this just yet. We need to do a lot of if statements here. So if if op.attacking is not equal to an empty array, but is it ever an empty array? That's the issue. Well, okay. Let's do this. Now hang on, this should just be a comparison with 0. Well, this one shouldn't. So if op.attacking.length is less than 1 and user.attacking.length is more than 0, else we just here end turn, or we just show end blockers phase. So here what we need to do is we need to say, well, let's do this bit first. So if op.attacking.length is bigger than the op.board.length. No, this should be the other way around. So if the board is longer than the attacking, then this person has blockers. Has potential blockers, I guess. Else, show waiting for opponent to declare blockers. And here, if user.attacking.length is less than the user.board.length, then we need to do basically the same thing here as we did. So yeah, this will work. Now there is another if statement here, isn't there? And that is if user.attacking.length is less than the opponent's board length, than the user's board length. Well, no. If this is equal to the user.board.length and the opponent's attacking length is equal to their user.board.length, then we need to do something else here. So we'll do this, move this up. So if both people have all of their board attacking, then here we need to show end blockers phase, and that will be just a button. Okay. Oh, excuse me. So here, else if the opponent's attacking length is bigger than 0 and the user's attacking length is less than 1, then we need to do something. Okay, so here what we need to do, so if the opponent's length of attack is bigger than 1, we need to then compare that to the now hang on. So just because this person's attacking length isn't the same, it could be that their board they have more board, or they have things on board. So is this going to just be the case here then, down here? Because if so, I should probably be doing this first. So if this is the case, let's just put this here for now and just see whether this logic goes through. So if this is the case, then we do that, and then this. Now I think the only thing is that we don't actually have to check this. Because if their attacking length is less than 1, then this is 0. No, we do have to check that. Okay. So yeah, this logic does provide everything we need here. Okay. So if... Right, so this here, we're just going to do a user.socket.emit. No, hang on, what's this? Show end blockers phase button. So user.socket.emit end blockers phase. Thank you, Neticulous, for the auto host. Much appreciated once again. Thank you so much for your support recently. I don't even know if you're there, but yep, thank you very much for the host. So here we do the user.socket.emit end blockers phase. And what does this do? So if we're ending the blockers phase, then we don't actually need to send anything to the users, do we? No. Okay. So wherever we can do this, we should. So end blockers phase button. And well, really we should be emitting this if they have potential blockers as well. But we could just submit, we just call that a different button, I think. Okay, was that right? Show end blockers phase button. Okay. Else we just do this. Okay. So now what we need to do is also do this for the opponent. So op.socket.emit end blockers phase. So we can do this and this. Put that there and that there. So because this is now sending to both users, that's good. So we also need to create a function for the waiting for opponent, but for now what we'll do is we'll handle this end blockers phase on the client. So socket.on end blockers phase. We're going to call a function and do some stuff with this function. This is pretty much just going to be a create element, and it's going to be a div, and we're going to call it waiting, no, not waiting for opponent, we're going to call it end turn button. Then it's not going to have a class. So if it's not going to have a class, what's after that? It's going to have an onClick function, end blockers phase. But for now we'll just leave it as that. The inner HTML of it is going to be end blockers phase. And then we just need to put this in the main container and say null. So when we call end blockers phase, so function end blockers phase, all that we're going to do is do console.log user wants to end blockers phase, because we don't actually want that to do anything just yet. We want to work on the functionality of everything. So we'll work on the show WFO here as well. So user, no, this is op.socket.emit. Waiting for opponent with the text wait declare blockers. This isn't actually the text, this is just the string that we put in for this. So we can do that quite a few times here because of the way that we've set this up. We will rework this function because this function is terrible at the moment. So yeah, don't worry about that. So if we're waiting for opponent and we now have declare blockers on our WFO, it's over here. Have I lost it? Oh, here it is. Okay. So if we copy this, if additional information is no, declare blockers. Waiting for opponent to declare blockers. Now this will be fine. Okay. So let's see how this goes at the moment then. So if we restart the server over here, what will my blue eyes see? Let's have a look. So if we do this, and then we do this, so we now, if I submit this attacker, if I don't submit this attacker, here we go, so we can have the actions phase now. We'll deal that to that. And then this guy, we're just going to end actions phase. And then here, cannot read property length of null, because I'm fairly sure I've again used attacking instead of attackers. Okay. So let's put this in all of these places. Welcome to the stream, by the way, anyone new. Thanks to the follow of, the host, and also if you're coming in. Hope you're all doing well today. If you have any I'm screwing it up now. If you have anything that you want to ask, feel free to pop it in the chat and I'll try and help you out. If it's to do with the game, obviously. So that should now work. We're in day 5 of development, and you would have thought that my little sellout mode there was a bit better rehearsed. But apparently I feel like having some kind of inability to speak today. Okay, so at the moment this is still selectable. So when we after we say that the attackers after we set the attackers, we need to set this back to not being clickable, and I'm looking through the server file at the moment, so that's not going to help. So after we've submitted attackers, is probably when we want to do this. We will just do how will we do this? We'll probably do this by document.getElements by is it class name or ID? It needs to go to this guy. So we're in the board container 2, so own board. Actually no, that wouldn't work. Before we do that, actually in the submit attackers part we can actually yeah, we can do this first. So what we can do is we can say document.getElements by ID class by ID card. So document.getElements by class name card, dot id. So this here is var element array is this, and then we're going to say for I is 0, or for let I equals 0, I is less than the element array's length. We want to document.get element by id in the element array position I dot on click and set it to nothing. So then nothing is clickable at this point, which should work out. I don't know why I'm so caught up on that. That shouldn't be my main priority here at the moment. But oh well, we'll do it. So if there's no playable cards here, but there's a playable card here, we'll do that. Attack. Submit attackers is not doing anything now. So this is equal to the document.get elements by class name card, and we're trying to get the ID of it. So we need to leave the Chrome Developer Console open to see what the actual bug is there. So let's do that. So we need to just move this over. Can I read property length of undefined on line 272? No, 269. Oh, okay, so we need to check if it's not null. But for the other user, oh, that doesn't work either. Oh yeah, what we can do is we can just do this way, can't we? So this just passes us all of the DOM objects, and we can just set the onClick to nothing. That'll work, I think. So let's give this another go. Cannot set property onClick of null, so that is if element array dot length is not equal to 0, then we do these 3 lines here. Okay. So let's try and finish this off now. And I know I did it. Cannot set property onClick of null on line 271. We don't need to get it by document.get element by ID though. We just need to do this. Okay. There we go. And we just end actions phase. End blockers phase like that. Okay. So that works pretty nicely. Now, this here then, we probably just want to, okay, so this person has potential blockers. Okay. So what we need to do is work out which one of their cards isn't a blocker. Oh, sorry, isn't attacking. So we'll probably be able to do that on the client side. Or we could just do it on this server side. So what we should do then is set up what the user's possible blockers are. Again, though, we could just do this on the server side, on the client side, which we probably will do. So we can just check whether or not it has a style. Can we? So if I do the 5 pixel solid thing over here, what we could do is we could, if this is attacking, we could set it a new class name as well. So we could do document.getElement by ID opboard I dot class name plus equals the string attacking, and then we copy that and put that here as well. And then if we get this, then we can do this over here, wherever we were doing it. Okay, so if this person has potential blockers, then we need to allow them to block potential attackers. So, thank you for the follow, Rocketstar88, much appreciated. Thank you for following today. Hope you're doing well. So how do we know that the opponent actually has attackers, though? Because this is if the opponent's attackers.length is bigger than 0. Oh, right. Because it's, yeah, because of that. Right, so we will need to sort this if statement out because it's terrible at the moment. But here, if this person has potential blockers, what we therefore want to do... Ah, I see an issue here. And I'm going to see the same issue here. And there. Small thing. Here, if they've got potential blockers, what we're going to do then is say op.socket.emit request blockers. And we don't need to pass anything in here. Okay. I'm still trying to work out whether this is actually the best way of doing things is on the client side, but I think it will be. So, when we request blockers, we need to set all of the things in the board which don't have a class name. Right, okay. I know what I'm trying to do now. So we're going to submit this to the opponent, and then everywhere else it's going to be to the user. op.socket.emit and op.socket.emit. So then when we emit request blockers, So socket.on request blockers when I can actually type. We're going to do this. We're going to I kind of think we need to refresh the board here. So show board's over here then, isn't it? So when we have this show board, what we could do here is we could say else no, we couldn't do this because it would just yeah, it would screw things up. Okay, so if we are reloading the board, do we really want to? No, because there's no point. So when we receive this request blockers, we need to highlight all of the cards that are on the board that don't have a class of attacking. So we need to do how do we do this? Because there's a unique ID here and then it's got a class of card. Do we perhaps give it also an ID of board? So then we just go everything that has an ID of card and board but does not have a class, that has a class of that, but that then doesn't have a class of attacking. I think that's what we do. So we're going to call this board card, and then over here we're gonna do, so if we're requesting blockers, we're gonna do document.get elements by class name. So var, what are we doing? Elements by board card. So this is board cards. Get elements by class name board cards, and what are we going to do with these board cards? Well, we need to also check then whether, okay, apologies, I'm a bit everywhere at the moment. So we need to do we need to remove everything with this attacking there. Without attacking. So this is really confusing now. Perhaps it was better to do this server side. There's a couple of for loops, maybe. So we've got everything with the board cards ID, but we haven't got everything with the. That means we've also got everything with the attacking ID. Well, thank you for the follow, Dr. Duncan Steele 1. Much appreciated. Thank you for popping in today and dropping us a follow. Much appreciated. And apologies that the first action you've seen of me is just confusion. So it's just this array shuffling though, because it is basically a shuffle. So I know what we can do. Let defending cards equal an array, and then we go for let I equal 0. I is less than board cards dot length I plus plus. What we want to do is say if board cards I dot class name. Is there a contains in JavaScript? JavaScript contains. So if this includes, so we need to do this in another set of brackets, dot includes the string attacking, then we do nothing. Oh right, hang on, no, this will return a boolean. So if this is equal to false, then we do something. Okay, I'm getting there. Apologies, guys. Index of or includes. Yeah, thank you. I realised there after that that index of works as well. Thanks, Rockstar. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for popping in and giving us the follow as well. Much appreciated. If you have any questions about the game, by the way, feel free to ask. So, if this doesn't include the attacking, then we're gonna do defending cards dot push board cards I, and this will give us the array of our defending cards. And what we want to then do is say for let I equals 0, I is less than defending cards dot length. Oops, I plus plus. We want to, well actually we could just put this in here. That would probably be a better way of doing it, wouldn't it? Than just setting all of this up. So if it's a defending card, then we will give it a border. So board cards I dot style dot border equals 2 pixels solid green. And we're also going to give it an on click, so board cards I dot on click equals function. Whoops, why did it do that? And this is going to be declare defender, passing in this .id, and or declare blocker. This should be. And what we also need to do here then is say for every opponent attacking, we need to be able to click on that as well. So for well actually no, we can do this as an else, can't we? Else if its ID contains something we could do. So if board cards I dot ID dot contains the string oh sorry, includes, not contains, includes the string. So if the ID includes the string op and it is attacking and it's this but true, then we can do an on click of it, and we can say board cards either on click declare blocker. Otherwise we do here declare blockee. Could work. So what we can do, declare blocker and declare blockee. then function declare blockee. We're going to send through an ID for both of these, and we're going to say here then if we're declaring the blocker, well, we're going to have to check. We're going to have to do another one of these arrays again, I think. So how are we going to do this? So to declare the blocker by its ID, we're going to let blockers equal an array, and here what we're going to do is say that we're going to push a new thing into the 0th element of the array blockers. So we're going to say blockers 0 dot push, and we're going to push here an ID with a pair here which is blank. And what we're going to do here, declare blockee, is if blockers 0 and the 0th thing in this thing is not equal to nothing, then we do something here. Now this is going to basically do blockers 0 equals two blank things in an array, so that then this doesn't get hit here. And we're basically going to say we're going to send to the server, so we're going to do socket.emit declare blocker, and this is going to pass in here the blockers 0 0 and the ID that we've got here. And for now what we'll do is when we declare blocker, wasn't it? So socket.on that blocker, declare blocker is just going to pass through a function here, and we're going to do, what was it? Oops. So blocker and who it's going to block. So blocker and blocking, I guess I'll call it here. And we'll just do a quick console.log blocker plus is blocking plus blocking. Okay, so if we now have something trying to block something, we might be able to do something here. So let's try and test out quite a few different scenarios here. Welcome to anyone new by the... I wonder what that was then. Welcome to anyone new to the stream, by the way. Hope you're all doing well today. Oh, that was weird. It still shows this waiting for opponent to complete actions. So... waiting for blocker to complete actions. Oh, and what we also need to do is do this. Copy, paste, and do this to the user. Okay. So when we had that end blockers phase here, we just show this button. So what we want to do is say if document.get element by ID show waiting for op is not equal to null, then do document.get element by ID waiting for op dot remove. So that should fix up that small hiccup there. Let's have a see. What more can we do? Did the host show up, did anyone see, by the way, when I got hosted? I have a feeling that it didn't, but it should have. I'll have to check that out. But thank you all for watching so far. It's much appreciated. If you have any questions, as I've said before, feel free to ask. So I won't submit an attacker here, but I will submit an attacker here. Uncaught, cannot read property class name of null, line 231. Document.getElement by ID, upboard.classname plus equals attacking. Yeah, why did that leave? Oh my lord. What on earth happened there? Oh, where I've done card attacking, find card attacking. Well, I've sure as hell done it somewhere. Card where on earth have I done that then? So this is on the opponent board before the action phase. So when they make it so that there is an attacker, we have a small issue here. And when I say a small issue, I mean a huge issue. So when we show board, show board, here, so dot class name plus equals attacking. Oh, we need a space. Okay, so I think I've done that somewhere else as well. No? Apparently not. Okay, so that would explain that, and it would explain why I couldn't find it. Because obviously that was all screwed up. Oh, we both have minions. So attack, attack. So here we'll submit an attacker, here we won't. End actions phase. So here, line 231 cannot get the property class name of null. So line 231, that was the same issue we had before, isn't it? Oh, because this should say own board. And then the other one should say up board, yeah. My bad. Okay. Working our way through some teething errors here. We should almost be at a playable stage. And like really close to actually how the game I plan would look. Well, not look, but would react. So let's try and keep working our way through here. So one of us will submit an attacker, the other one won't. End actions phase. End actions phase. Okay, here boards cards is not defined because obviously I should say board cards there. So client socket handler 156. So oh, that's client socket handler 156. So this should say board cards. couple of little misspellings. It's pretty much all it is at the moment, which I'm quite surprised at actually. There's quite a little bit of code, I think. Quite a little bit. If you were uncertain as to how much it was. Okay, so both of them have a 1 We're getting really good rates of getting these 1-drops, which is pretty good for me. So we'll submit this guy to attack, but we won't submit this guy to attack. End our actions phase. So this guy here oh no. God damn it. Okay. So why did that happen? So we've got 2 bugs here, and that is that this won't... Oh, it would... No, it wouldn't block. God... Ah! Why are these actions still clickable? I thought that's what I said earlier. Don't let them be clickable. So... Here, submit attackers. So we probably need to do this exactly the same, but here as well, since when we submit actions, they're clickable. And this should work there now, but it doesn't seem as though the actual blocking is happening, because we should have had... Oh, damn it, we both need 1-drops. We didn't have a console log there. Or should we have had a console log? I think so. So we get a 1-drop. That's good. So now we just need to wait until we have 2 users with a 1-drop. This guy doesn't have a 1-drop. Really need to make this so that I can say which cards to put into the user's hands. Let's have a look then. Here we go. Right, so attack it, and duel. So we'll submit an attacker on this side, we won't on this side. End the actions. And now this guy here. Right, so good, they aren't clickable. Neither is this. Okay, so waiting for opponent to complete actions is still being displayed. Why? why. So let's say then when we submit request blockers, we'll console.log requesting blockers, not vlockers, blockers. And we'll see whether that actually helps us out here. So let's do that and then this. Cool, we have doubles. This guy submit attacker. End actions, end actions. Right, here we go. So we are receiving the request blockers. So there must be an error down here then. So if it doesn't have attacking, unless the board container here. No, it does have board card. This doesn't have board card though. Card attacking. So why is that not a board card then? Why is that not submitted as a board card? So when they re-render the card, so where are we setting this board card then? That's why we're only setting this for our own board. We need to set this for the op board as well. That would help. Okay, yeah, so that bit is still working as well. So we need both people to have 1 drops. I'll have a C. Because it's like 60% twice. Or just over 60% twice, I think. For the person to draw a 1 drop. That's the reason I don't particularly want to... Right. So attack dual opponent, end dual phase. We'll submit an attacker here. We won't here. Nothing happened. This didn't get the defending class either, did it? So does this have an attacking? Board card is all it contains. Class and board card. So how comes we're never hitting this then? So if it isn't an attacking card, So that's the correct way to call the style of it. Or the border style of it. So I guess what we need to do then is say console.log found a defender card. And then if that doesn't get hit, then we've got an issue somewhere else along the line. But if that does get hit, then it narrows things down a little bit more. So we're never hitting that. Why are we never hitting that? Let's move this up a line and see how many times this actually hits then. Found a card. And then we can see whether this is actually the part that's the issue here. So what I guess we want to do we'll just test that. I feel like I'm forgetting that I was meant to do something here. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. Hope you're all doing well today. If you need to ask anything, feel free. I can try and answer your questions regarding the game, coding, and anything else. Maybe. So yeah, we're never hitting this line even. Oh, I bet it's called board card, isn't it? I'm just an idiot. Scheiße. Oh no, that's board card. Whereas this is board card. So now this should work, I'm fairly sure. At least it's mainly just the spelling mistakes, or not spelling mistakes, but the grammatical errors. It could be worse. It could be whole strings of mess. Excellent, we both have playable 1-drops. End the duel. So here we go then. We just need to remove this, and then if we click on this, cannot read property push of undefined. So that's game line 298. Push of undefined. So here. Oh right, okay. So we just want to do this then. This could just be an empty object. But no, this should be this. This should be this. Okay, so why have I got this in a double set of arrays? Why don't I just put this into a single set of arrays? Or a single array even? I'll leave it for now, but that's something I should have probably considered earlier. So then this would say blocker 0, because now we actually have a blocker 0. We probably don't even need to do a push, so we should probably just undo this. Redo that. And then here just set it. So blocker 0 equals a new array with the ID and an empty string. And that should get us rolling again. Unexpected token equals in line 298. There we go. Perfect, so we've got one drop and another one drop, so we'll have the dual and that. So this guy needs to submit, this guy doesn't. Both need to end actions, so waiting for the opponent to declare blockers. So we're almost there, it's just it didn't get this thing's, I'll show you. It says blank is blocking up board 0, so we're not correctly. So blocker, blocker, so that part's fine. So when we declare blocker, this.id, so blockers is an array, and we're setting blockers 0 to this. Well, it would probably be useful if we didn't set that to nothing beforehand. Idiot. And now this should work if we can get ourselves to have one drops. That would be great. Awesome. So we'll submit this attacker, we won't submit this one. End phase, end phase. Whoa! We've got own board 0 is trying to block op board 0. So we need to get rid of the waiting for opponent to complete actions, which I thought we'd already tried to do. So no, we're not. End blockers phase. I guess we need to do this here then. I don't know if that's doing anything, but it might be. So what we will do, well, we'll save this as like being that fixed, and then what we'll do is we'll try and finish this off now. So when we receive declare blocker, we want to call socket handler dot declare blocker socket blocker blocking. So over here, declare blocker function, and do this and that. Socket blocker blocking. What we're gonna do is we're gonna call gamemex dot declare blocker, passing socket. No, we're not. Game user op blocker blocking, and here we're gonna do the normal with the game stuff. We'll make that a function later. We're gonna need to do a lot of rejigging at the moment. So when we call declare blocker over here, so declare blocker is function, and we going to do that. And we take in the game, the user, the opponent, the blocker, and the blocking. So we at the moment get that thing, so we need to do the pop. So copy that. Okay, so we're going to need to do this twice. So var position in hands. So position of blocker is probably how I'll do this. Is equal to the blocker dot split at the D and then pop. Then we want to do var position of blocking equals blocking dot split D dot pop. So we've got the position and the position of the blocker and the blocking. So what we now want to do now is this of, yeah, this is in the board, so this is good. This is really good. So what we want to do is say now we've got the small issue of the fact that when we update the board now, it's not it. Well, you're still going to be able to block with minions that have already blocked. So what we need to do over here is say if it doesn't include attacking and it doesn't include blocked. Now how are we going to do blocked? Because we've done attacking. So how do we handle that? So when we call this request blockers, I guess what we could do is pass it the blocked array, and what that will do is it will give us IDs of cards that have already blocked, maybe? No, not really, that wouldn't work too well. So we're going to have to reload the board, aren't we? That's the thing that we're going to have to do. So if we reload the board, but we pass it who has blocked, that might work. Right, anyway, let's try and focus on this though for now. So we've got the position of the blocker and the position of the blocking. We'll focus on the other bits later. So what we need to do then is we need to say var blocker minion equals user dot board in the position of blocker, and var blocking minion equals user dot board position of blocking, and this will be the op dot board position of blocking, and we're going to do blocking minion blocker minion dot defense minus equals blocking minion dot, is it attack? Yes, dot attack, and blocking minion dot defense minus equals blocker minion dot attack. Then we need to say if blocker minion dot defense is less than 1, and we need to do the same for if blocker minion dot defense is less than 1. Then we need to remove this from the array, or both arrays. So we're going to say user.board in the position of blocker. Oh, actually no, we just want to do a splice, don't we? User.board.splice in the position of blocker for 1. And how did we do the user? 225 and 229 are the same. They are. Thank you very much, and welcome back. Yap. You were here earlier, weren't you? Oh, maybe not. I'm getting my days mixed up now. Welcome back, though. Thanks for popping in again. Much appreciated. How are we doing? So this should be the position of the blocking. So how did I remove it from the board and the attacker before? So for each of the attackers, yeah, we did this. So for let I equal op.attackers.length, if the attacker in the position I in the array is equal to the, hang on, we're using borrowed code here, be careful. So this here should be the user.board.length. No, user.attacking.length. Don't be silly now. And then if it's actually attackers. And then here we do user.attackersI, and then we want to do user.attackers splice at the I, like that. And now we want to do this, but for the opponent, and instead of position on board here, we should be doing position of blocker, and the same here, but this is blocking, and we need to do op for all of these ones that say user. Okay, and that should remove them if their defense is less than 1. So now we want to update the user board, don't we? Wonder what that was then. It was a cat. So if it includes attacking is false. So we need to set the ID of set a class for the blocker. So what we can do then, well, what we'll do here is we'll set blocking minion is null, and well, actually we need to do this up here, let blocking, or let blocker minion back, I'll call it, and blocking minion back. Be an empty string, or actually just be a thing. Then we'll set this to null, and we'll set blocker minion back is null. And when we resubmit this, so we need to do user.socket.emit and op.socket.emit. So we're going to reload the board. So, and then we also need to pass the blocker minion back and the blocking minion back. User board here. I know this isn't quite functional at the moment, don't worry about it. So user.board, op.board, user.attacking. It's not attacking, it's attackers. Op.attackers. What do we use this stage for again? So show board stage. That's just to let that button change. So we can set this stage here to be what? So submit actions, submit that. This is probably just going to be end blocking. So end blocking. This is just going to be null because we're not going to have any actions to play. And blocker minion back we're going to pass in, and blocking minion back we're going to pass in. So now all we need to do is pretty much copy this and swap around the op and users. So that will allow us to set up blockers. And what would this otherwise pass back? We could just pass back position of blocker and position of blocking, couldn't we? That would probably be a lot easier, because they're actually calls to an ID. So position of blocker and position of blocking. So then what we can do, actually this will be position of blocking and position of blocker. So then what we want to do is send this back to the client, which we're doing not yet. So we're going to omit something. So we will it will emit that we have block occurred. I think it's double R. I don't care, we're doing it. Block occurred. So socket.onBlock occurred. What we will do then is we will reload the board. So show board, and I can't remember what we need to pass into show board. It's these things. And what are we actually passing into this thing? We're passing these. So copy, paste. So we're literally doing these things. And then we're showing the position of blocker and the position of blocking. Now, what we need to do... Right, so what we need to do is we need to go back up over here, and we need to say if this happens, then we're going to set position of blocker or blocking, depending on what it is, block here is 0. Is null. And we're going to do the same for position of blocking to be null. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say if position of blocker is not null, then we're going to set it back to its normal border and do something else. Okay, so we have the position of blocker not being null. So what we should now do is give it another ID. So document.get element by ID, another class name is what I meant to say, and that is going to be position of blocker dot class name plus equals has blocked. So we're going to copy this and we're going to say else if position of blocking is not null, then we'll do this as well. So is that going to work? Well, we need to call this blocking. Now if it is, or if it has blocked, well, this has attacked really, isn't it? So we want to remove the border and remove attacking. And we also need to call or remove the border here. Okay. So what do cards have by default? Card. So this is the border of it. So we're just going to set document.get element by ID position of blocker dot border equals style dot border is going to be this, and the position of the blocking is also going to be equal to this. Okay, so I think we need to see whether this works or not now. The other thing is we don't actually show a card at the moment, sorry, an end turn. So we need to do here create element div end turn button null function. Oh, we do that. End blockers phase. What does end blockers phase do then? Oh, that's where we console log. Okay. Right, let's give this a go then. We're probably going to run into another 13 different bugs. I expect someone to keep count. So let's have a look. That's not gone right. Okay. This is going to be another scenario where I wish I had written a utility where both cards in my hands, both hands get a 1-drop. Yes, there we go. Right, so attack dual opponent, end the phase. So we'll submit an attacker here. We won't here. End the actions. And then this guy here does this. Uncaught right, hang on. We've got two different errors, one on the server side, one on this side. Okay, so cannot read property length of null, but over here we've ended up having the server stop. Users is not defined. That's because we've written users.board. So game mechanics line 246 users.board, and then that will probably relate back to the length thing that was the issue. So 209. 209? Wow, that's a long way back. Yeah, that should have been why that happened. We'll have a see. It might not have been. So that was one bug. We said 13. The more interesting thing will be, well, it's not as interesting, but the other statistic to keep track of is how many times I have to curse that I do not have a way of adding 1-drops to my hand. Okay, attack, attack, end, end, submit you, submit nothing, end, end. So we still can't read this property of length null. So show board from client socket handler line 170. User board, op board, user attacking, op attacking, stage, self-playable actions. So what's wrong with that? User board, op board, user attacking, op attacking, stage, and self-playable actions. So let's copy this for a second then. And then where we emit block occurred. So user board, op board, user attacking, op attacking, stage, self-playable actions. Interesting. So was it 209? So self-playable actions dot length. Oh, because we need to set it to false rather than null. So let's do that. It's always going to be a little issue, wasn't it? So we get a little bit later on into the day now, guys. I am hoping to be live for a little while longer. Well, not a little while, like quite a while longer. So, if you guys are enjoying, don't forget to hit the follow button. And feel free to get active in chat. What just happened? I didn't even hit it. Interesting. Right, so there we go then. We just don't show the end turn button or end blocking phase button. Oh right, because what we want to do then is once we declare this block occurred, we probably want to double check whether or not the there can still be blocks happening. But actually, at the start of this blocking phase, we set up that button. Hello, Aragon Great. It's not aimed to be a browser game at the moment. We're using something called Electron, which is available via Node, which basically acts as an executable using Chromium, I think it is. So it's not quite browser based, but it could be, I guess. There is the potential for me to allow a certain place to work in the browser, but at the moment it's sort of going to be like a downloadable is the aim. So it might be a browser version, but I'm not sure at the moment, is the short answer. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for popping in. I completely forgot what I was doing. Oh right, yeah, they both disappeared, which is fine, but they have no way of... I think I was going to delete this, wasn't I? Because when I do that end blockers phase... Oh no, that's the waiting for opponent. And then here when we call end blockers phase, we do this. Now... we should really have this here as well. Hey, Easy God, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today. Thanks for popping in. How's it going? So yeah, I think this is where we actually needed it. Is here. But we also, I guess, need it here. Okay. So we will restart and have a see whether it's working, because that button should be there all the time. So I'm hoping for a 1-drop for both users, but they both get nothing. Okay, so we need to find a way as well of skipping through the board phase if there's nothing on it. That's a line of code that I think I've got a to-do on somewhere, but possibly not. So yeah, that's something I definitely need to consider. Oh, it's because I wanted to skip to the actions phase of the board phase. Never mind, that's why. Again, we get no 1-drops. I'm always left with this feeling like I need to make it so that I can get just 1-drops. But I never do it. If we don't do it this time, I'll just do it. Hey, there we go. So attack dual opponent, end the dual phase. We're going to submit an attacker here. So we need to end actions. So we're waiting for opponent to declare blockers here, and now we've got waiting for opponent to complete actions, which we shouldn't have had. And now this guy hasn't got the waiting for opponent bit here. Welcome to the stream, Aragon Great. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. So, I really don't like programming in JavaScript except for the GUI part though. Fair enough. Yeah, a lot of people don't like coding in JavaScript. I don't mind it personally. So, when this block has occurred, I guess we also want to do this. I guess we need to just really say though, if document .get element by ID end turn button is equal to null, then we'll do this. Okay. And then that should fix up the issue of having awesome. So we'll attack the dual opponents, we'll end the dual phase. This guy will submit an attacker, this guy won't. End the actions, end the actions. Now we don't have that up, and we can block with that. And we can end blocker's phase, and the opponent can end blocker's phase. Awesome. We've got that working then. Is that definitely the end blocker's phase? Well, I guess we'll have to double check how the end blocker's phase truly pans out by basically running the end turn. So when we receive, or when we go to this, yeah, that's why you'll see me flicking back and forth between windows. I decided to go for multiplayer support straight away rather than single player, which is what I've been doing for like every other project that I've half started. So this one I'm hoping that will expand. We're doing pretty well for time as well. Like it's taken 5 days to do this, so it's pretty good in my opinion. So what we want to do then is do a socket.emit end blockers phase, and on the server copy paste end blockers phase. We don't have anything here, and all we need to pass through here is the socket. Then end blockers phase over here. It's going to be a function where we pass in a socket. I've never created multiplayer support for anything, so that's an unexplored area for me. Yeah, this is my first venture into multiplayer. It's tough, but I like it. Game mechanics dot end blockers phase. Passing it the game, the user, and the opponent. We're almost there. So end blocker or blockers? End blockers phase. So end blockers phase. Function. And what we'll do here is pass in the game, the user, and the opponent. And here we will say if if op.ready is false, that is true even, then it's time to end turn. Else we set user.ready to true. And over here we need to set op.ready to false. And over here we need to do a user.socket.emit waiting for opponents. Waiting, well, end turn really. And where we have our waiting for opponents, which is in game. No, it's not. It's in client socket handler, but I keep missing it. So ending turn is what we just need to refer to it as. Ending turn. Okay. So have we actually got functionality for this end turn? We have function user opponent, user.socket.emit end turn, and user.ready is that. Now the only other thing we need to do is, so I need to remove this and just make this a function up here. So function end turn is this. So we need game user opponent. Now what we basically just need to do is we don't need to emit anything here, and we don't need to check if anything's ready. We just literally need to call start turn. Which also happens to be a small hand of an issue. So well, actually, why am I doing this? I could literally just do this in the function I want to end the turn. So we'll just say here start turn, game user opponent. Now the other thing that we want to do is when we're ending the blocker's phase is say if the user dot attacking dot length is greater than 0, then we want to do a for loop for each of these things in this array. So for let I equals 0, I is less than user dot attacking dot length, and I plus plus. And then what we're going to do here, we actually need to do this in this op ready thing. Right. No, this is fine, isn't it? Yeah, this is fine. So we just do user dot attacking I. Now user dot attacking I is the position in the hand, so we're going to say user dot board in the position user dot attacking I dot defense minus equals no, not defense minus equals. We need to reference its attack. So we're going to do op dot sorcerer dot HP minus equals the attack of the opponent on the board here. And we're going to do the same thing here for the opposite way round. So if you do the opponent stuff here, opponent here, user here, and the opponent there, then what we can do, so once we've taken the health from the users compared to this, we need to say user dot attacking is an empty array, and op dot attacking is also an empty array, since we want them not to be attacking anymore. So once we've done that, we should possibly have this working. So where I call start turn. Now I don't know if this will work properly because we've obviously got start turn in this same thing. So that's not start game, that's start turn. That's the other way around even. So what we need to do then is probably just have this all on the previous page where we done this, and then here we just call to game mechanics dot start turn, and that will solve that issue. So I guess we see if this works. We're probably like, this is going to be like 101 Dalmatians except with bugs. So we're going to be in for about probably an hour of bug fixing, I would imagine here. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so we're just going to play every single game as it comes to us. So let's just attack that with that. We've got an issue with spells at the moment then, where they're automatically doing their damage to the thing that they're attacking. So when I do click on the spell, why is it doing that? So find, load, board. No, board. Here we go. So we call here add target to action. Oh, okay. So at the moment then, our action array doesn't have anything in it. So I think that's what we need to do. No, in fact what we need to do is do null, is it? So if it is card spell, we do this. Oh, I know what could be happening as well then. Our spells might have a new class as well, possibly. So utility hand, no they don't, okay. So it is probably in this bit here that we were screwing up. So if the length of the array is not 0, we do this. Now actually we should be fine without that. So if the array's length is 0, we say in the action array 0, the first thing there is ID, and the second thing there is nothing. So why is it just automatically being removed from our hand then? I wonder if it's getting a bit confused. Well, let's just do this then. Let's do console.log spell attempt. And actually what I kind of want to do is show the action array. So we'll do the same here. So we'll just display which one's getting hit here. So we're trying to find a 1-drop. We can't do anything, so we'll end dual phase. End blockers phase isn't doing what I expect it to. Interesting. Game Mechanics 216. So that's saying declare blocker. So when I clicked, what was the button? I clicked end blockers phase. And then the function end blockers phase calls to the server end blockers phase, which does that's why. Fixed. It's nothing more than a happy little accident. Oh, waiting for opponent to declare blockers is showing up here when someone doesn't have a blocker. That's an issue. We show both users the waiting for opponent. Why is that? So what is the call that shows that message? It's in this one. Waiting for opponent to declare blockers. It's declare blockers. So find declare blockers. So if the opponent attackers dot right, okay, this is a lot of if statements then. So if the opponent has more than 0 attackers, so if it has any attackers, and the user has attackers, we hit that. So basically what we're saying here is that waiting for opponents should never show this. Hang on, we should never show this here. Oh, hang on, no, we should. So if the opponent is using board, or if this person has a board that is bigger than its attackers, then we emit waiting for opponent. So in our example, we had 1 on the opponent side. So if the, well, 1 on one user's side. So if 1 is less than 1, we do this, but it's not, so we show this. Okay, that's the issue then. But that begs the question, oh, so it should have got caught here then. But because we're doing this if statement afterwards. Right, okay. So this then needs to be else if opponent attackers.length is less than that, then we do this, and we do user.socket.emit waiting for opponent and declare blockers. So actually we do need to fix this up now. And then we need to do an else if. user.attackers.length is less than user.board.length. We're going to show request blockers, and we're going to show to the opponent the same thing. And that should be it. Now hang on though, because oh, it's just me being an idiot. That's all it is. This should be op. So scrap all we've just done because that wasn't necessary. This should just say op. And this should say op. And this should say op. Oh, that feeling when you're stupid. I can't help it. Should probably take this moment again to just say thank you all for popping out today. Much appreciated. I say that like we're about to end, but we're not. Do not fear. We will probably be live for quite a while still yet. So this shouldn't say waiting for opponent to declare blockers, because we've got here all of the minions being attackers. So if both people have an attacker's dot length bigger than 0, we check here if the user attacker's length is equal to the user board length and the opponent attacker's length is equal to the opponent board length, then we emit this. Oh, now I think this is that same thing again, isn't it? I should have left this as an else if, because all the other statements are getting out after this. God damn it. Okay, so else if the opponent attacker's dot length is this, then we want to do user.socket.emit this. Else if this is the case, we want to do op.socket.emit this. Okay. So now that's everything handled, because the attackers can never be bigger than the board length. Okay, so this is how all of the ones underneath this should look. I'm not entirely sure why we've got this happening like this as well, like we're repeating the same if statement 3 times. But I think until I solve why that is, we can't really do too much more. So let's have a double check then. We're basically going around fixing bugs and then finding other bugs without fully knowing whether or not we've fixed the bug we just tried to solve. Small issue. So we can play that, we'll kill that. And then here, can't read property length of undefined, because we've done user attacking instead of attackers. On server socket handler line 460. Yep, we've done it all the way down here. Okay. So let's have another go here. As I say, we're probably going to spend a little bit more time on this with the bug fixing. I'm not 100% sure what we'll do afterwards, to be honest. I might start a straw poll, see what you guys want to do with the stream for the rest of the day otherwise. Alright, so the only thing we need to do then is remove the board and remove the end blockers phase button. So when we start turn, is it? It's on this page, start turn. So when we do reload hand here, well, actually what we can do, I just realised I'm an idiot. Don't worry, I've not only just realised. So this end turn button dot remove isn't working then. So when we click end turn, so when do we handle end turn? What do we send to the user? Nothing. Right, that's a big issue. That's like a huge issue. Right. So what we'll do then is we'll do user.socket.emit end turn. And we'll do op.socket.emit end turn. Now we're gonna also have to reload our sorcerers here and reload the board. So reloading the board and the and everything else requires quite a few things, but I can't remember what they are. I think this is it. So this is the board. This isn't what we need. So that's for showing the board, so we'll just quickly pop this in there though. And we need these things. And we also need to update the sorcerers, which just means we need to pass in the sorcerers. So self-sorc and op-sorc. So when we do this, we need to do user.board, op.board, user.attacking, op.attacking, stage is end turn, false, user.sorcerer and op.sorcerer. And then here we're going to do pretty much the same, but it's going to be op.board. And we're going to swap that for the user.board. We're going to get the op.attacking and user.attacking. We'll get the end turn, we'll pass false. And we want the op.sorcerer and the user.sorcerer. Okay. So when we emit this end turn, sure, we'll do that, but what we'll also do is we'll call reload board. Yeah, we should probably call reload board or show board. So show board, and we're going to pass that these things. So these are the things, and then we've got self-sork and op-sork to pass for here. So we need to do update sorcerers, self-sork, op-sork. Okay. So then that means at the end of the turns we should get it. Well, what we also need to do then is do document.getElementById, and we want to get a waiting for opponent and .remove, and we want to also get getElementById end turn button .remove. So this one here will definitely be there, but here we want to say if document.getElementById waiting for opponent is not equal to null, then we will do document.getElementById. Okay, so that should serve us fine. So let's confirm the mulligan here and refresh this. There we go. So let's just submit both attackers here and not take any actions. Update sorcerers is not defined. Oh, it's obviously load sorcerers then, is it? Yeah, load sorcerers rather than update sorcerers. Okay. I thought it might have been the wrong way round that I'd done that. But that's cool. Welcome all the way. Welcome to all of you that are just popping in, by the way. Hope you're all doing well today. Thank you for your presence. Much appreciated. If you have any questions regarding the game or anything else, feel free to ask. So we will submit the attacker here. End actions phase, end blockers phase. And now we're on to the next bit, so that's fine. We'll play a 2-drop here. This guy's got to face it. End duel phase. And here we go, they've got both of these on the board now as well. And their health has been taken off. That's fine, that works fine. Yep. So now we're going to submit attackers. I forgot to actually submit this as an attacker, but that's fine. So we'll attack with both of these now. End actions phase. End actions phase. Now we're going to block this with that, which means that it's going to update it for us here. End the blockers phase, and we've got an issue. But that's fine. So, okay, we've got the issue of writing attackers rather than attacking. Looks like we've got another one of those errors. So, server socket handler, line 467, I think it was on. No, this does say attackers, which is right? Yeah. So it's cannot read property null of undefined. Everything was going far too nicely. So if the opponent attackers.length is bigger than 0, well, okay, this must have been the other person then. So if op.attackers.length is bigger than 0, let op.attackers.length, we do this minus the op.board, op.attackers.attack. Okay, it looks Like we're flowing. To be honest, when we were doing that just now, I was actually just waiting for a bug, and it took a lot longer than I expected to find one. So I think we're in a good phase here. We're in a good state. We haven't got any attackers. So now we can play another minion for our opponent to face. We'll do that. One thing I might actually do as well in a sec is make sure that the gold is back to what it should be, which is just 0 at the start here. So we'll submit that as an attack here. We won't here. End the actions. Waiting for the opponent to block. Done. End blockers phase. End blockers phase there. Okay, it still doesn't like that attack thing that we done before. But now it's up here, so we've hit a different error now. So we can't do the attack of undefined. So we're saying the user board in our user attacker's position I. It would have been useful to know which one of the clients we actually ended this on. Oh, but we haven't got a board, which is interesting. What has happened then? Did they both have a 1 drop there? No, they both had a 2 drop there, didn't they? I'm not sure. I thought they both had a 2 drop. So they both had a 2 drop. One of them blocked the other one, and then we hit an issue with regards to one of them having an attack. So that would tell me that when we do this blocking here, no, is it here? No, when something dies when blocking, it's not fully coming out of the board or the attacking. So if the blocker minion dot defense is less than 1, we splice the user's board in the position of the blocker, and oh, hang on here. Yeah, if we're blocking, then this isn't ever going to get hit. And if it is, then that will cause a bug. So here then, if the opponent's board here, if it's equal to the attacker here, then we splice. I'm going to say that having that there was creating a bug and having an unwanted effect. We will double check. It could well be that there was actually an error there, but we'll have a check. So we'll just confirm both mulligans. We won't take a look at anything. So our main issue was when we tried to block. So we end actions, we'll block and end the blockers phase. Yeah, we're still getting an issue where it's not being removed. If the minion that we're blocking has a defense of less than 1, and we are taking away the attack of it, and it's being removed from the board, so it should be removed from the attackers array here, I think. So if the opponent... So if the attacker is equal to any of the positions of the position blocking, then we splice. Now, there might be a piece that's bugged here, maybe? So, because I don't think we are getting rid of anything. Oh, hang on. What if I've forgotten to do the thing that I was planning to do with this nulls thing here? So on block occurred, here it is. No, that was oh, hang on. I think this is wrong anyway. So if the position of the blocker is not equal to no, that's correct. So then it is just an issue with removing it from the array. It's one of these two. So if the minion that is doing the blocking action has a defense of less than 1, then we just remove it from the user's board and set this position of blocker to null. So if it's got less than 1 health, we just remove it from the board. It was never attacking, so we wouldn't have to take it out of that attacking. Then here what we do is if the blocking minion is less than 1 health, then we remove it from the opponent's board in its position. And then for each thing in the opponent's attackers, if that is equal to the position of the blocking, which is just going to be the number, and op attackers is also equal to a number, then we splice at that I position. So perhaps what we need to do then is, after we've done this, let's do a console.log user.attacking op.attacking, and again we need to do this where both people have a minion. So let's start her up. Alright, well, we can possibly see if any other issues are going on here. Why have we still got end dual phase even? Oh, because we haven't got any playable minions for either user, which is kind of crazy. Oh crap, I just... Right, don't worry about that. Let's retry this then. Apologies for the last, like, half hour to hour just being testing and bug fixes. It's kind of the way that I think the rest of, well, most of the stream's going to go now. But I have aims, as I've said, to stream for a while afterwards. So we'll probably do the some of the stuff online. What am I talking about? We'll probably do some of the card creation for today on stream. Hope you're all a bit excited for that. I am. It's one of my favourite parts at the moment, because we're at this grindy stage of bug fixing constantly. But we'll see how it goes. Right, let's go over to here, and in cards for now, let's comment this out and comment this out, and then just stick this in a few times. Oops. Copy like that. Okay, so let's give this a go. I was like, why have I got so many one costs? Okay. So we'll submit this attacker. And we won't attack with this. End the actions. Block with this. Undefined, undefined. What are we logging? I've forgotten what we're logging. Oh, here we go. User.attacking and op.attacking. It shouldn't be undefined. Oh, because this is meant to be attackers. Now I wonder whether it's... Is it because we make everything it just empty? Does that just make it a variable? No, it shouldn't do. We'll have a see anyway. See what happens. Nothing and 0. Now that's an issue because our op.attackers therefore hasn't removed this. So when we do this, so we just have a 0 because that's the position of it on the board. So op.attackers 0 is not equal to the position of blocking. But that should be the position of blocking. Okay. So we'll do user.attackers and position of blocker. And then we'll do op.attackers position of blocking, and then we'll try and work out why this isn't working properly. So let's have a look. At least now I know that we're going to get this every time because of the one drop little trick I managed to finally got around to implementing. Don't need to even mulligan anything. So we get null, null. Right, that would be correct though, because we've set these both to null now, So what if we don't set them to null? Well, we're going to get an error anyway in the bit down here, but it's this part that I'm interested in. In fact, what we could do is we could just line this up to happen here. Couldn't we? Well, no, let's just put it down here. And we won't comment anything out. We just want to test this. In fact, no, we want to comment those out. Zero, 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 zero. I think our issue, therefore, is that this position of blocker is a string. So we need to call parse int on here and over here. I think I've scrolled out since I last done something, haven't I? I scrolled way out. Okay. So we'll restart this again. Oh, hang on. Pass in. We didn't close this one. Okay. So let's open up Electron. So we'll attack the opponent. So we'll submit this as an attacker. We won't submit an attacker here. End the phase. Block that. Null, null. But now we don't run into that issue. We do still have this waiting for opponent to declare blockers though. So that's a bit of a bugger. So waiting for opponent when we are starting the new turn. That's a bit of a weird one. Let's have a see. Why is that happening? Because this should say waiting for op is why that's happening. And what we can do now is just double check. Oops, done the wrong thing there. Test whether this is working now. And we may even be able to test some other bugs. Or test for some other bugs. Attack. End. Attack. Don't attack. End. End. Block. Done. And then we'll submit a new choice here. So what happens if we both attack? And then so we'll end the actions phase. Ah, now when we're casting a spell then, we don't seem to have that working now. Okay. So we've still got some console logs going on here. Find console.log. So we're constantly hitting this then. No, sometimes we're hitting this as well. So the first time we hit this one, the second time we hit this one. Yeah, this is weird. So if the action array has a length bigger than 0, oh, I wonder if it's because of this here. We no longer ever need to check for this. Actually, yeah, we do. For if it's first off like that. So, and this is nothing. So we get these spell attempts. So they're working fine. It's actually just the when we add target to action that seems to be the issue. And it's only for one user, which is either me being stupid oh, that's weird as well. They've both bugged there. So, but why weren't these ever doing this? It looks like. So, action phase actions. Or action here. Was that the wrong way of saying it? Or was it just the wrong way of spelling it? Nope. So, if we have this then. Let's just do a quick console.log of this. That's not what we needed. Oh no, I showed my IP as 127.0.0.1. So we'll do this and log in and attack, end the phase. What was our issue? Okay, so we don't need to submit attackers here, but we can submit an action. Right, we're never sending that then. So if the action array has a length not equal to 0, and the thing in the 0th position here, for example, with the first part of information, if that's equal to this, oh, we need to check them. Actually, what we should be doing here is checking if the thing in the 0th position is not equal to that. because if we're checking if the first position is equal to like no string, that's all the time. So the only other thing here that could be the issue is the length. So let's console.log length next to action array length -1 in the 0th position and see how that goes. Oh, I've also just realised that I didn't restart the server fully. That would be really stupid if that was the bug. Okay. Do this and this. Where were we getting this bug again? Oh, this is when we're trying to hit an enemy with one of these. So whenever even hitting that. Oh, I wonder if this hasn't got an on-click. What if it's that? So I guess what we need to do is see how far down this we get. So console.log something is affordable, because that should always happen because we've still got the 40 gold. So that is never becoming, well, never being logged. So is this being logged? Oh! Because I said that we can only attack. I've said that we can only attack if they are attacking. No. We want to do this then. Just one down from here. Damn it, that was such an easy bug to fix as well. Why did that take me so long? Oh well, let's carry on. So submit attackers. Let's now. We still can't do damage with spells? Really? No matter what user we are, because we still don't want this here. It doesn't matter if it's attacking or not, we should be doing this. It's been that kind of afternoon, really. Just silly little bugs. Happy little accidents. So we'll confirm our mulligans. There we go. And we can also do that here. Cool. End phase, end phase. We haven't got the need for blockers. Here then, when we do this again, we're back to still having both users having a button. So when we end turn, we're still not getting rid of the button. So this end actions phase is still happening. Find end actions phase. This button here, is it just end action phase? So here, when we submit actions, okay, we remove this. So that is on that one. Is it on this one too? Yeah. So when we have this end actions phase, well, I guess it could be duplicating a point. So if we do an action, when we reshow the board, we're probably adding another one of these. So we'll do that check here. We should stop those two from doubling up, and then hopefully we just remove the other one, which means we remove the correct one here. That sounds really confusing. So we submit a minion, we attack that, we then, let's just attack with these. Crap, we missed where we meant to do that. Now after we've set the end blockers phase there, so find end blockers phase. So that must be over here. Yeah. So when we say end blocker phase, we want to do document.get element by d end turn button dot remove. I've never had to do so much DOM work with putting stuff in and taking it out again. Whew. Okay, so that's that removes them all now. So that should be okay. Oh, okay. 191. So client socket handler 191. Okay, I guess what we need to do then is say if document.getElement by ID that. No. By ID end turn button is not equal to null. Then we do it. Yeah, I use Electron. That's what I've been using. I have indeed. Okay, so we've now got a bug where it says waiting for opponent to complete actions despite us having completed the actions. What happened there? This is where I need to use my VODs. So I'm not... Oh, if I pull this over this side I will be able to see chat for now. So we... Let's have a look. Apologies if this is a bit boring. I'm attempting to find out what is causing a small bug at the moment. So I tried to equip a weapon and we got a bug. Oh no, that might be something I already fixed. God damn it. It didn't work. Okay. So let's try and recreate that then. Or just recreate any bugs that we can right now. So let's try and break this thing. So So when we go from... That's quite odd. So I used a spell to kill a minion, and as a result of that, we now can't do anything. So action phase action. So if we use a spell here, Okay. So we should be splicing there. Yeah, we're using Node for server side. We're using socket to socket.io to connect between the two. So yeah. Apologies for that. So what current state are we in? We're just kind of... Here we're waiting for opponent to complete actions. So is it something to do with the user played action here? So user played action. I want to try this again now. In fact, I might just bug fix off stream here. That's probably what I'll do. I might go live again later on today, but that's going to be all for now. Thank you all very much for watching. It's much appreciated. I'll be back tomorrow, same time as always, 10 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. And I'll catch you next time. Thank you all, and goodbye.